Welcome to our fourth session with Act 3 of Hollow Knight Silksong. In total, over the course of the past month, I believe this is segment number 24 of video in our continuing adventures. And as applause at over 100 hours of play, as of the last stream, we finally have a visible completion percentage, which currently sits at 89%. And we do have conspicuous gaps in our collection for everything that we may be missing. So we have a general sense, and also in case we ever want to succumb to looking things up, which we have not done at any point in the stream so far. But for now, we'll proceed with what we know in-game. We know that one of these slots, for instance, is going to be filled by manufacturing the silk shot as soon as we found one additional piece of craft metal. And the other two are as yet unknown. Presumably they'll be looted from some boss fight or another. Then somewhere along the way we'll have to pick up an additional charm or tool rather in the blue slots as well. But it's getting pretty close to completion on those. And not really getting that close to completion on the Hunter's Journal, but some of the conspicuous gaps in there might give us a bit of a clue as to where to look as we venture further. And we continue to extend some of the zones in various places that are already on the map. I think I'm probably missing at least one unexplored zone that is going to appear as a separate block. We don't know where. But now that we have the power to ascend anywhere that there is a ceiling of any sort, for us to grapple upwards at extremely long range, we found ourselves exploring quite a bit over to this end of the far fields, where we did the Sprint Master Challenge in the previous session. And that top right bench over there, that's something that is also unaccounted for. There's an NPC interaction there that we don't really know how to interact with yet, and so that's something we'll have to get back to at some point. We also picked up that one wish in Fleetopia for the passing of the age, and these signify various locations that I think we've seen before, many of which I recognize. But in terms of how to actually tick off the quest, I'm not sure whether we have to go in order or something else. I think one thing I considered at the conclusion of the previous stream, after I logged off, is that maybe the witness interaction is what we've been doing throughout the game in terms of playing the needle in and seeing memories of what has happened in the past when we see ghostly figures appear from the silk and show us an image of something that had once happened in that location. So maybe we need to do that, but so I don't really know if there will be some way that the text will be highlighted or crossed off in order to indicate our progress. Regardless, Under Chapel Fall into the Marks might, however, is going to be the next step in the main quest. In the chapel area, I guess it's asking for Under the Chapel, and we'll find a way over there. Over in Moss Grotto, where the snails are all gathered. But in the meantime, well, we've got quite a few other tasks to fill. So there's a tracking quest over here, and I think that I had seen something to do with a boss or some other encounter that is available in the stage. I thought I'd seen it in the quest log, but either I didn't pick it up or I just heard about it elsewhere. Maybe it's something that I failed to pick up. There have been situations before where I read a quest on a board and just forgot to activate it, so I might actually want to go back to Songclave in case that was where that was picked up. I know I read some kind of clue about a fight that is at this stage that I think is supposed to drop something decent. We got up to 9 masks in total in the previous stream. If there are 10 remaining, I think I've heard about the locations of 2 of them. One of them is the Dark Hearts quest. And we'll just load up on Silk here. And I guess we'll go adventuring. So yeah, I was originally just going to go straight to the stage first, but I don't remember the nature of that clue, whether that was something we had to track as a quest or not. So we should probably check that first. But I think these two quests here, these give mass shards. And we'll figure that out as we go. I know I had skipped over some void mass locations previously before I picked up the quest and knew that we, in fact, would have benefited from taking them out along the way. That's enough talking. Let's go on an adventure. Okay, so what is my current configuration, incidentally? Coming out of the last stream, I think we'll more or less keep this for the time being. And I don't think I have more relics to cache yet at this point. Still a lot of things that we need to account for, like the twisted butt over here. But, oh, what's this? Cross summons. Interesting. Defiler, dark, attend, home, wheel. Well, I mean, it's from the cross, so that's got to be over in Craw Lake, probably. Defiler, dark, attend, home, wheel. I think that probably has to be it. It's got to be somewhere there, unless it's somewhere else in Greymoor. Curious. Alright, I guess we'll deal with that. That was sort of an unexpected event. Home wheel. I mean, we knew that we could in fact re-enter Craw Lake for some reason. We'd gone back there before and found nothing except the mysterious fact that it had reopened. So that would also be worth checking. Anyway, far too much to deal with at once. So let's go back to the Grand Bellway first and check the stage and see what is there. And if it's nothing, it means that I forgot to pick up some clue request that I'd previously read. I was sure I saw some clue to that effect. Also, now that we have the power to ascend, we can follow up on the clue that Nu had left us previously about a vertical column that we should go to somewhere in either the Blasted Steppes or the Sands of Karak. I think I know which location I want to check, but we'll have to deal with one item at a time here. Coral Chambers. Let's go up to the stage, which is over here. And do we get some new fight right away? Maybe. Well, not in this part of the theater, we don't. Then what was it? Interesting. Well, this is the passage to the Underworks. We're not going here. I mean, we can go over to the lift. We can also mess around with the descent down below. I thought there was something that was supposed to be here, but again, let's go back to maybe check to see whether I neglected to pick up a quest. Because it is very possible here. Also, might as well see if there's anything up in the ceiling. No, didn't think so. What about up here? That looks maybe potentially open. Let's check it. Nope. This top portion here. Oh, there's something new. Damned are we, the lingered few, bound still to suffer, cursed thrice by Farlum, to wait, to watch, to cry our anguish. No more we say, no more we cry, all have wailed and wept. Fair Farlum's fault has come at last, its end we now accept. Okay, that's an interesting clue. But for what purpose? Have we been here previously? I thought we had. Yeah, because this just opens to the other side. That's interesting that we have that new note then. I wonder what that actually signifies to us. Or maybe we read this previously. It is glowing, though. Alright, in that case, let's make it back to Ventrica, and I think it might have been the quest in Belheart that we forgot to pick up. I was sure I read some kind of clue about going back to the stage. Oops. Up to the other location. Yeah, let me just make sure I didn't forget to pick something up on board. Don't think so. Oh. Pain, anguish, and misery. Yeah, so we totally did forget to pick us up on the board. This was the one. And we had read about it in the previous stream, so paging through it too quickly and not reading the text doesn't matter too much, I don't think. So yeah, back to the stage. Return to the stage beside the Whispering Vaults. I mean, well, we'll just go back to the same location. So that'll be the first thing. And then we'll see. We might as well hit the bench here to get that single mask. If we go up to the stage, also, this is something that maybe we can ascend through that we didn't have available previously. No, it's not. But it looked crumbly and with light streaming through, so I think we can excuse ourselves with checking. So do we fight something here? Oh, this is new. At least, I think this was new since last time. So, yeah, certainly we get a new fight that's going to be unveiled here in just a moment. Against Void Touch Trobio or something. You, Might or Mourner, fell, fated, chosen, left till last. Relent, submit, the fatal blow was struck. Fair Farloom wails its end. There's some tragedian here who wants us to leave everything to rot. We woe befallen few remained. Let us join here at last, and show our fires fierce. Alright, it's fine. Together to share our kingdom's pain, feel it scorch our shells, and know clear its suffering, its sorrow. If it's some kind of fire attack, we'll put on Magma Bell on future attempt, of course. Should I be worried about all the smoke here? Oh. And what are we looking at? Tormented Trobio. Okay. Trobio's going for cross attack. Okay. Thought it was a bit of a pushover the first time, so I'm glad he's putting in a second round here. Oh, nope. I was trying to get into a safe spot there for the heal, and we never got it, despite being on a full bank of silk. Okay, easy run back at least, so I'm not too worried about the 1,000 rosaries in the cocoon, which we should have remembered to bind up in beads before we left Belheart, but that's okay. Easy run back. Pop it right away for the silk. Alright, so we need to avoid the cross attacks. That's the first thing. Want to see a valid target. Oh, don't want to stand too close. That's already 2 hits right there. He's going to do the Mega Man Tornado thing. I keep thinking of that as a Mega Man attack for some reason. I don't even remember which tornado boss I'm thinking of in that context, but because there are several, aren't there? Oh, no. Couldn't get out of that in time. Got hit during the heal, unfortunately. It's okay. We'll actually learn the dodging pattern. I mean, it's very clear when he's tossing all of the cross grenades out. Not that hard to evade as long as we are prepared to deal with it. So, let's go back. Let's not stand too close for the initial entry. That was one of the problems. Also, we can kind of go... Oh, no, that's going to attack before it's valid. We haven't really practiced much with a pale nail. I didn't realize that was going to be the interaction. So, yeah, same kind of tornado pattern as previously in terms of the angle, the shallow angle at which they burst up. So if you stay above him, that's fine, because the tornadoes go just side to side anyway. Cross. Okay, that's fine. That was dodge. Oh. Let's find an appropriate moment to heal when we can. Fireworks, just have to dodge. Oh, that was a bad hit. Oh, missed an opportunity to get some silk back on the hit here. Down a little bit on silk. We're in a bad spot, perhaps. Let's... Oh. Get that tossed directly at us. It's okay. Learning it slowly. Let's not go pale nails for this. Oh, maybe, because if you stand back... Well, I don't know. He's not always on the board, though, so the attack could just whiff completely, so... I have my doubts about that, but Silk Spear might be good if you're standing way off. For this one. I don't think we'll get close enough for Storm. Charge attack might be good, but we might need something a little more protective. Put on a warding bell for this fight. Perhaps, and then... I don't know if that counts as a fire attack. With what we've been seeing from the bursts everywhere. We can actually try it once with Magma Bell just to see if it has an effect. It wouldn't against things like Tornado, but we want to see if the cross counts as fire. And everything is bursting around you. I'm not totally convinced that it does, but... yeah, we'll keep the other tools as is for now. We're pretty low on shards anyway, so I don't want to do a big tools dump on this until we're satisfied with how we're doing defensively. Yeah, pop it right away. Sometimes we'd like to replenish first, but here I think we just want to pop it now. Not get too risky about it. Okay, that was safe. So when he flies, then we get into the dodge pattern there. Okay, good. Pretty safe in that corner. Won't always be. But at least you're out of range of a lot of stuff, and then if you stay in a corner, then at least you just play on one axis. Go up or down as necessary. Oop. Missing all the easy hits here. Too bad. We did pretty well on the cross phase, only to have issues. Yeah. Okay, we were actually at a range of his attack there on the corner, so it was a safe spot of sorts. Oh, that was not safe. Yeah, just need to poke him a bit more for Silk. Unfortunately, that has a long reach, much longer than the cross indicates. Oh, and now he leaves a trail, I see. So, yeah, past a certain phase, his movement leaves a fireworks trail, and we need to be aware of that. I actually wasn't paying attention to whether Magma Bell did anything for us there. I don't think it did, but let's give it one more run and then we'll switch back to something else. Yeah, we were doing better on crosses than before that time, but much worse on the tornado. Okay. Oh. Okay. Wonder if you can deflect some of the grenades before they come in. We probably shouldn't try too hard to do that. Okay. We actually are safe in the corner, somewhat. Taking too many hits here. But it does mean that the corner is potentially a good place to heal as long as nothing is crossing directly in that location. Oh. Ugh. Right into some of these spots every time. Okay. Nope. And yeah, we do get plenty of warning on that cross. We shouldn't have jumped into that, we would have been safe in the corner. I think actually Magma Bell is helping. We only took 1 point there. Oh, corner was not safe that time. Came in a bit close. We still are on dice. That hasn't been saving me too much this time, but you never know. It's okay, we're visibly getting further because we're getting at least to the phase where the diagonal attacks are leaving the fireworks trail, and that's a variation for sure. So let's just continue to watch this and see what we can do. He's going to go up. Initial attack here works. Just got to stand. We have to think of the cross range as pretty much infinite. Almost. I mean, it doesn't go across the entire room, but definitely the diagonals go further than they look. Saved by the dice. Oops, stood too close to that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, dodgeable. Just need to be careful. Okay. Nope, too many things to deal with. Standing way too close to everything. Need some silk for the heal. Oh. Yeah, I can't really get above him right away when he comes out and tosses. That's one change we'll need to make at some point too. Okay, let's try it again. Nope, too soon. But you can kind of do a few initial swipes. Okay. Nope, got caught by everything. Absolutely everything. Safe in the corner that time, but it won't always be. Okay. The sprinkles on the fireworks can be a little difficult to see sometimes. That's the main challenge of anything. Okay, dodge, dodge. Oop. Saved by the dice. That's why we've got the dice. Good. Finally. Finally got an attack in. We're actually doing alright on health, surprisingly. Oh, maybe not anymore. Okay. Let's heal up. Getting hit by a little bit of everything. We're not too far down in Silk, at least. Okay. That's reasonably far from everything, at least. Some kind of phase change. Lots of fireworks all of a sudden. Nope. Need a lot more silk. Oh, getting caught by everything. Okay. Warded off slightly, despite the fact that we were directly in that cross pattern. Oh, nope. Standing too close. But yeah, it is definitely a fire attack, actually. I've been taking one mask instead of two on this fight ever since the Magma Bell, so I think we do keep it. Yeah, we did get hit on a heal that time, but Warding Bell did at least preserve part of the healing. Haven't really worked the tools usage into this yet, but again, that's on the back burner. We clearly got into a late phase that time, so we are improving. We go. Okay. If we can get past the early stuff cleanly, that's the idea we should go for. Oh, got hit. Okay. Surprisingly okay heal that time, given the circumstances. Yeah, we just haven't been able to hit him lately. Let's put defense first, for sure, all the time. Nope, just directly in the fireworks pattern. We should have seen that coming. That was unfortunately just half a heal. I counted that. Yeah, we have to just stand in the corner sometimes. We're not sure on the tornado pattern. The corner seems to be sometimes safe when we give him enough of a distance to stall and fire the tornadoes before proceeding. Because they go up in such a way that I don't think they'll swipe us too often. Anyway, we know we can get to the late phase. We just need to do a little bit more reliably if we can. Okay. Whoa. Bad spot to stand. Yeah, there's a pattern to, I think, when he chooses to fire grenades on the ascent. Like, it's maybe sometimes on the first burst up, and so we should watch out for that. I think it's reliable, but I'm not sure. Like the next one, for instance, right here. So he sinks, and then does he come up with grenades this time? Yes, he does, and then now he can be hit. Oh, nope. Couldn't get out of that in time. Ooh, directly into bounce. I was trying to get in the corner, we just kind of slid off of that time. Unfortunately, this is in a bad spot now. Actually, I'm not sure the Magma Bell was doing anything. I think we actually still took 2 on some of those hits. Nope, that's a 1 on that hit. And then, yeah, right in the cross. Let's try without Magma Bell, see if we do any better. We actually didn't even have Warding Bell on, so it was because the heal was interrupted while we were in multi-bind. I think mostly we got the heal in. But Warding Bell, I think, does clearly help, perhaps. You have to prioritize survivability in situations like this. While we're still figuring out how to read them a little better. And 06 you're saying make it all purple? I mean, if we put in the polyp pouch, yeah, we could. Oh. Nope. It's too close. And yeah, sometimes when it just bounces directly on you, what are you going to do, right? So. Oh, shouldn't have swiped into that when we did see fireworks coming. Have to read a lot of purple on this fight. I really can't miss the downward swipes. Okay, we have Silk. Corner seems like it's generally going to be safe, though, for a healing spot. Not if the projectiles reach there, of course, but for the tornado, he doesn't seem to get there too often. I think we had one situation. Yeah, unfortunately, if I bounce off the wall, then, like, if I'm dashing all the way to the wall and I have a rebound off of it, then we're in a dangerous position. If we're kind of heading gently towards the wall and then we get in the corner safely, then that seems okay. You're quite right that there is the Volt tool that we have now that can electrify everything. Of course, I'm not really using the tools yet until we get in a little closer. I should learn how to use the cross-stitch parry. We just haven't had a chance to practice it at any point in the game. Because maybe that's something that's useful here, but I don't know the timing on it or anything about its function, so we used it for all the 5 minutes. Okay, watch the bounce. Oh, you can actually deflect these, but you need to be pretty accurate. Like with many ball-shaped projectiles in the game. Oh, shouldn't have stood there. Okay, we need to get above for the tornado. Wall-cling might not be a bad idea on this one, actually. Just so we can have a safe position and keep it from time to time. Oh, couldn't get out of there in time. Okay. Saved by the dice. That's why we keep the dice. Oh. It's fine. Get it across. At least the cross didn't reach across the whole room that time. And yeah, if you're gently approaching the wall and you don't rebound off it, then it's actually safe. Oop. Didn't see that. Okay, we need to swipe him a little bit so we can have some silk. Oh. Corner was not safe that time, but we still managed to make an adjustment. Okay. Oh. Nope. Yeah, unfortunately he burst right under me. Right at the end of that pattern, and so I had no chance to get out, really. Okay. Oh, nope. Stood too close to the fireworks. Oh, nope. Got into the burst. Went a little prematurely. Oh. Down to one mask. We're probably going to die, especially if he lobs it directly at the corner. I actually think, since we don't need compass, we're doing wall-cling. Very situational. But for things like dodging the crosses, it could actually come in handy in a pinch. We remember that we have it, of course. A little bit better for controlling a position. As long as we're good about controlling when we slip off. On this side. Nope. Nope, stood in just the wrong place. I've been missing my swipes a lot. Downward attacks. Okay. Okay. Oh. Sitting exactly the wrong place there. Yeah, we gotta kind of keep moving after you dodge the cross in case he comes up right below you. Oops, shouldn't have gone up actually, we were safe in the corner. No, you got kind of within the burst there. So the firework does hit if it's got that area effect. The tornado doesn't hit in the corner, but... Oh, no, if we jump up though, it does hit. It was too close. Okay, warning bell saved me there, but... Unfortunately dumped a full... Oh, no. Got caught by the same thing. Unfortunately, dumped a lot of silk there. Our heal didn't go. And it'll take us a while to build back on one mask. Okay. Nope, missed it. I've been missing a lot on the swipe. Maybe we should go long nail, actually. Long claw, rather. Because I've been having trouble hitting him, and that is one possible correction. I mean, it might just be a timing issue on our side, but definitely stretching the claw a bit can show an immediate improvement. So let's put it in place of the warding bell. We still want fast heals for sure. And if we just get into a good position, maybe the saves from the warding bell won't matter too much. Now that we don't have them. Yeah, we need a bit more distance from him sometimes, I think. Particularly for the downward swipe. Whoop. Yeah, because then we can kind of hit him on a diagonal. The way that we typically try to do with Reaper. As long as we don't get hit by everything in the sky. Oh, that was almost wrong. Stood too close between the fireworks there. Didn't really calculate that accurately. Nope, nope. No place to stand over there. Okay. Nope. Let's get in the corner. Heal up all we can. Nope. Just tossed directly in my face. And, oh, okay. That's one circumstance where the corner isn't safe, when he stops directly beside you and fires everything. So we shouldn't be too dependent on that. The wall climb actually threw me off slightly that time a little bit in the fight when I was clinging on for dear life a little too long, so maybe we shouldn't be too dependent on that either. I'm hitting a little bit more successfully now with a long claw, but we'll see if we want to keep that approach. We'll try something else. Just let him come up. Oop, stood too close already. Oh, no. Stood in a bad spot. Yeah, you have to wait for the burst sometimes before proceeding. Okay. Let the tornado go. Oh, I was trying to get under. We didn't go fast enough. Okay. Nope. Bad spot. Okay. Let it go, and then... Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes he just tosses it directly at me, and then... What do you do? Let the burst go? Yeah. Slightly delayed attack after he finishes the tornado. That's actually kind of necessary. Burst, and then... Oh, too late. There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, nope, got hit again. Stall, and then go. Nope. Okay. Oh. Phase change? Yeah. Second time we've seen this phase change, so that's progress. Let that go. Oh. I was accidentally bouncing off the corner again that time, actually. I was trying to go to the corner to heal, and we didn't quite make it, but luckily I didn't get hit. Okay, that pass. Okay. Okay. Full silk, full health. Yeah, that's more than that. Oh, should have stood back like that defensively. Oh. Saved by the mask, we'll take it. Got hit by that though. Longer range than I thought. Oh. No, that was way too close on all counts. Okay. No, did get a little too close again, so it's not as safe as I hoped for in that attack pattern. Okay. At least we got a few swipes in. That was very close. Yeah, there's a certain pattern to which one he comes out of, but we're not going to really catch him on that, I think. Whoops. Nope, got caught here. Need more silk before we die. No. Caught in the corner. We got pretty late that time in the fight. The corner did not feel as safe, specifically in the second phase, but there was a lot else going on. Let's think about this. Now, I expended a lot of my tools previously, which is why I've been swapping to some of the other ones. I want to just reload Long Claw, or rather reload Curve Claw briefly as the first priority in case we switch back to it. For this fight, though, I think Throwing Ring, given the straight shot, might still be better. In case we want to spam something late in the fight. Same with Cogwork Wheel, but we don't have the shards right now unless we break some out. We're not at the point where I'm spamming tools in a fight, but we'll see. I think I want to keep Long Claw for the time being as our setup. not entirely sure we want to keep Walkling, because we just need to get a bit more accustomed to it again, in terms of not clinging on for too long when we want movement. Okay, what? Oh, nope, dashed into him too eagerly once again. Yeah, that time we got into the late phase in a very good state, like full silk and full health, and we still kind of flubbed it. And so that was really kind of unfortunate, that we blew a very good opportunity there to take this down. That was a case of not having anywhere good to stand. Let's get back out. Oh, that was entirely too close. Yeah, sometimes when he's coming down with a tornado, we just need to get above him a bit. No, getting hit by everything. A rough series of draws on this fight, I think. Oh, no. Approached too closely. Last time we saw a great deal of success just by waiting a little bit longer for the second round of fireworks after the tornado to dissipate. Well, that time we didn't quite show the same restraint. This is a good time, actually, when you're in the corner to maybe charge up and attack. That's something we should consider, since it is a good opportunity to do it. Let's not dash directly into him this time, at least not quite as much as we were doing before. Oh. Okay. Nope. Bad spots. We reach with the uppercut at least. No. Nowhere to go. Let it dissipate. Oh, swiped up a little too early. Let it go. I mean, we have good timing, we just press through that instead of waiting, but before everything ignites. Usually our timing's not going to be good enough to do that, though. Okay, good. Let's build up the silk. We're only on 3 mass down right now, so we don't need to burn the heal just yet, necessarily, if we're conserving. But now we'll absolutely hit it. Okay. Let it go. We'll let it burst. There we go. No, nowhere to stand that time. We should have backed out. No, didn't get in close. Oh. Oh, missed him. Swiped the wrong way, really. Was trying to dash out of that in time, and we just didn't make it. Okay, we have a heal now. Stand somewhere safe first. Oh, too close. Yeah, when he's going horizontal like that, the corner isn't safe. When he's coming from above, the corner is safe. So a high position for a tornado is safe. But looks like we have phase 2. Interesting that phase 2 triggered without me really doing a lot of additional damage. So I guess he just needed to finish that current phase of the pattern first or something. Oh. Had a horizontal attack there. It's causing a few problems for us. drop quickly sometimes. Okay. Oh, no. Just too close to that. No. Down to one mask. Thanks to the dice. Nowhere to stand, unfortunately, to build Silk there. That was exceptionally fortunate. That was not. Okay. No. Got caught absolutely everywhere in that pattern. Okay, try it again. Okay. Nope, unfortunately, he just burst right under me again that time. Nowhere to stand. Yeah, we may need to go back to attacking him from above on the tornado. It is safe if we don't miss quite as badly as I was always missing, and then we might get through this phase a little bit faster if we do that, so we'll get more attacks in. It's just that if you miss, then you're in massive trouble. Particularly with the way the fireworks go. No. Not by everything? Absolutely everything. Once again, it'll just take some practice. We did have one attempt that seemed to get really deep. Nice to have a proper fight against him. We took him down really quickly in his original form. So it's alright to have a bit more of an involved rematch. Yeah, we're tailing him too close like that with the big fireworks trail everywhere. Sometimes, though, we're not able to get above, really. Being hit by everything. Oh, no. Stood directly where he came up for another burst. Now, you kind of swipe directly into him with good timing when he comes out with another round of projectiles instead of coming out by himself. You can actually still parry all of them, but you need very good timing to do that. Maybe that is the approach, that you look for where he's coming up and you swipe into it prematurely regardless of what's going on, but you swipe from the side, so you parry projectiles if he does do a burst. We're probably going to die. Oh no, too eager. Yeah, too bad we squandered that one really good attempt. I'm thinking we might even switch back to the fast charge we got off Pinstress. I am a little reliant on the Long Claw right now, but if we're less reliant on it, then that's a possibility. Saved by the mask. Or the dice, rather. Not saved by the dice. Whoop. Caught by everything. Nope, I thought it was out of range. We were not. Nope, the swipe there got me that time. Too close to everything. Yeah, on that long sideways tornado, we can't actually take corner. Unfortunately, we might even have to get off the dice just to ease up on that one slot we're using for it. It is a yellow slot, though. I don't think we'll do much better than that. But supposing... I mean, one thing we've done in some other fights before is when we need a really quick healing window, we just take off multi-binder, and it might be less silk efficient, but we can compensate for it with some additional defense. When we start working more of the charge into what we're doing here, then maybe we'll try it with Pin Badge. Right now it's not quite worth it yet because defense is the weak link right now, just dodging everything accurately. Until that comes together, we shouldn't make too many additional adjustments to push the damage. Have to get through the fundamentals first. Betraying the dice, as 069 you're saying, is unthinkable, yeah. Oop. Taking 2 hits off that initial burst already. 2 masks. Okay. Let him come down. Oh. Still stood a bit close. No, we have to heal. Nowhere to stand. Absolutely nowhere to stand. Got some silk at least. Oh, nope, too close. I did see the cross pattern, we just didn't see the counterplay. Yeah, you can swipe him to him initially so you're not trapped in the corner perhaps when he's doing the tornado, and then you can dodge the fireworks with good timing, but it does depend a bit on everything else kind of coming together there. No. It's okay, we'll get the method with time. Haven't had that many good last phase attempts recently, though. Nope, too close. Only 1 mask at least. Oh. Have to heal. And only to get hit. Nope. Maybe we should switch to a faster, more responsive weapon just for parrying projectiles, but I do like the uppercut on Reaper, though. It does help quite a bit with the positioning here when you're dashing into him. Like that, for instance. Although that's got me into trouble accidentally a few times. No, can't really bounce on him for that long before he starts shooting you with everything. Yeah, we can just stand back instead of dashing into it. We've got such a good range on our weapon currently. Oh, saved by the dice. I thought I was going to be safe in that position, but I was still well within this range. It's a very long range. Nope, couldn't find a place to stand. Okay, we parried that one almost by mistake. Hey, that was a lucky dodge more than anything. Double hit there, that was nice. Okay, pressuring him a lot better this time in terms of getting any attacks in at all. So you can parry them out of the way if you have a good timing on a swing, but no, stood in a really bad place that time. I was trying to get into a heal and we unfortunately hit the bind button before I'd really secured my position, and that was unfortunate. It takes a while to build up enough silk to get us out of trouble when we have one mask remaining. And yeah, with a sideways attack, the corner is not safe. We do have to prepare to go up in those circumstances, although the cross bombs were zoning me out quite a bit. The cross bombs we remember so well from Metroid Dread. I guess those were not so much a diagonal cross, that was a I want to say orthogonal cross. Oh, whoops. Can't think straight about geometry while we're trying to do this fight. Whoops. That's already going to be heal, unfortunately. Maybe we can get some silk back if we tap nicely. First. Oh, we don't need to stall that long necessarily. Whoop. Wait on the silk. Oh. I'll give the mask a lot of credit here, the dice rather. I keep saying mask when I mean dice. Now that's the risk of the uppercut, is sometimes it gets you into fireworks range when I don't mean to. Yeah, because sometimes the uppercut attack is actually a liability for situations like that. Mask was useful there. But we're still in a great deal of trouble. Need to take him down and pressure him. If we can, at some point. Yeah, no, unfortunately, when we see a firework above like that, we cannot dash into the uppercut. The uppercut is great for hitting him in open positions. We can't pressure him like that, though, because it takes too long to get down from it. So it may actually not be a good idea. We might consider switching off Reaper. But we'll see. I'd like to stick with our existing comfort zone to some extent. Yeah, no need to dash into him. You're within reach of the second attack here. Whoop. You can actually kind of deflect him out of the tornado a bit, but... Okay. Oh, stood too close. With the uppercut. Doing a little more harm than good there. At least got a good parry that time. Okay. Yeah, you do really need to consider parry whenever these are still bouncing, not when they're finished bouncing. Oh. Took a lot of damage at once, unfortunately. Ugh. Nope, just hit directly every time. And unfortunately we read that position a little too late in terms of who's going to hit me there. It's okay. We just need to try to reliably get into the phase transition again. It does pay to play cautiously. At a time that we did make it to play in the phase transition, we're a lot more cautious about keeping to the corner, but it's not foolproof, so that sometimes gets us into a bit of trouble. Maybe we're rushing him down a little aggressively. Yeah, unfortunately, when you have a situation where the fireworks get a little too close to the corner, you can't really jump out of that against the wall because then the tornado hits you. Here, at least I was out of range. Really get him here. In the corner. Okay, yeah, you have to kind of wall jump out of that immediately if you see that that's approaching too closely. That at least seems to work. Oh, no, that was too close on that diagonal. Yeah, the corner is something we really can't depend on that exclusively because it's gotten me into trouble a few times when I thought it was safe. We're having some trouble getting range for bouncing on him. Again, you can be offset by a little diagonal given to range on Reaper. That was a very deliberate parry that time that worked out well. Okay. We need more silk. Okay. Almost. Nope. Whacked in the corner. Yeah, we're much too reliant on corner. Can't really do it like that. We're occasionally kind of healing into 3 massive damage run instead of 4 anyway. It might make sense for healing timing to take off multi-bind and try to do something else for silk intake or for damage output. Like put on the Mossberry juice from the druid or something. Oops. Nope. Not reading the tells here very well. Clear healing window at least. We can get it. Nope, a hit. We'll take every dice save we can though. Ugh. Nope, could not run. We're a little bit more practiced with the Scuttle Brace. We bring it back in for something like this. we're having trouble tracking his movement sometimes and just hitting accurately. That is a big part of the problem here, just not being able to hit with sufficient accuracy to get the silk we need, and also not fall into trouble when we attempt to bounce. Get a good bit of silk off him though when we do hit him. Okay, good. More silk though. A little late in the parry. Okay, got it. Good position that time. Surprisingly good. Oh, couldn't drop out of that quickly enough. Never mind that silk up top. Nope. Yeah, the uppercut has a bit of a problem in that it's difficult to land out of it if you do whiff or if you pick a bad time for it. Like, we're mainly playing from the side rather than bouncing him. Maybe Wanderer with Long Claw might be an option. So we have a bit more responsive attack, and then we don't get into uppercut trouble quite so much, although, again, we are depending on it a little bit when we're attacking into his aerial position. Like that. We just need to know when not to swipe like that. Oop, too low. That heal was not entirely intentional, but we'll take it. Yeah, I feel like staying grounded is actually slightly better in this fight, for the most part, but we have to be very disciplined about it in some ways. Oh. That didn't quite do it. Let's get that out of the way. Oh, too late on that. We did get silk for heals. Oh, bad position that time. Thought I could run to the corner, but then he was going straight to the corner, so that didn't work. Nope, bad timing, just caught by his jump. Exactly at the wrong moment. Same with that. Okay, we're falling apart slightly here. Yeah, you have to not depend so much on the uppercut and closing in. Oh, like I say, we need some silk. Oh, got caught by everything once again. Okay, let's think about this. Some additional damage output to get through this might be helpful. Memory crystal. We're taking enough incoming damage that maybe Druid's Eye instead of Multibinder kind of works out in terms of the heal increase. Just to have a tighter healing window in terms of time. I don't know if that might improve things. I feel like getting trapped while trying to heal isn't actually the problem, though. It's just dodging the problem, dodging the pattern rather in general that is the problem. So I'm not sure if we have much that will help with that here. We have to be much more careful about the uppercut attack. We do use it. It's very nice for hitting him exactly at the right height, but I am landing myself in trouble with that from time to time when the timing is a little bit inopportune. So let's let him come up here and let's wait until he jumps. And we can usually get 2 or 3 hits there. We're gonna have a better solution for the tornado, I think. But the better we zone him out with parrying the cross bombs, the better we do against the tornado in terms of finding a good position to actually attack into him. Okay. Not ideal there, but look at that, lots of silk bath. Okay, good. Took him down, except he landed on top of me. That was not as good as it could have been, but... yeah, we do a bit better job of attacking into him. Oh, got caught. Caught again. We do have some silk at least. No. To get above him in that kind of scenario. No. Positioning was working okay for a while, but we're starting to run into some issues. Double volley of the crossbomb that seems a little new. Not enough silk for the heal. Unfortunately. No. Walked right into it. Well, we did have a deep attempt a little while ago. We just need to replicate that somehow. You have to remember that we don't need to get so close in. We've got good range on a weapon. Well, not that good, but, you know, decent enough that we get better bounces on him. Yeah, playing from above is nice when you can hit, but lately we haven't been able to find good locations for that. Nope, missed him completely. Getting hit by everything. We do have enough silk for heals this time though, but we need to use it now. Oh. And descriptive is welcome. We are indeed live. Alive, not so much, but live. Absolutely. Okay, no, I don't have enough silk to heal, and yeah, it takes a certain patience, I think, because we're dashing into trouble a little bit too much on this. Trying to head in a bit too aggressively. We might have to shed the reliance on the uppercut and either not use it quite so aggressively or possibly even consider a different weapon for this. Because I'm getting into... whoa. Terrible. Didn't even get a single hit on him that time. Yeah, we're getting into a little bit of trouble here. Whoops. do like the range on Reaper though. It's still nice and yeah, it's falling apart quickly. We can get above on a tornado. That's absolutely ideal. But can't always do it when he's tossing everything. If you can read the tell on the tornado attack decently, then it solves a lot of problems. Oh, saved by the dice. Did have enough for the heal, but unfortunately we should have waited for the toss first to verify that the window was safe. Because we just kind of blew that heal there. One thing we haven't really been using in this fight is Harpoon to get around the positioning. I don't know if we've found a good way to get around with it yet, but could be possible. Okay, wall climb actually saving me in a few locations there. Didn't jump up high enough. We need to just go under him. We can't swipe towards him when he's doing a tornado. Oh. We're close to having enough silk for coming back from disaster, but not quite there yet. Okay, got enough silk. Okay, at least we got into this phase this time. Not very cleanly, but we will take it. Okay, good. Actually got him down for once. Almost at enough silk to heal up. Okay, luckily the corner actually did work out that time. Hasn't always been the case. Actually got a decent amount of silk for once. Oh, standing too close. Yeah, if we get a lot of repeated attacks, then we should build up silk really nicely. And then, look at that, we're at full. Which is not something to take for granted at this late phase. Just barely got out there. There will come a time soon, I think, when we start dumping tools on him. Not yet. But we're waiting for the moment. Maybe a few cogflies right now wouldn't hurt as long as they don't get nuked themselves. Like, since we're at full health, we can kind of afford to stand a bit longer into this and see if we can chip him. But cogflies aren't doing much for me here, actually. Okay, gotta heal up soon. Good. Corner actually saved me. Okay. He's not being very grounded, but there we go. Spammed it right at the right time. Let's stand away. Yeah, started spamming the throwing rings. Thought we were getting close. Oh, phase 3, phase 3. No, this is just his death scene. Of course he wants a dramatic death scene. And it's one quite fitting. So be it, impudent louse. Deny your kingdom's agony. Refuse its touch upon your fickle shell. And yeah, descriptive is Hornet notes in the Hunter's Journal that canonically, even in Act 2, Trebio is shooting to kill. I mean, it just means he's a method actor. Of your hapless path, stalk and strike and fight, but know your foe is fate herself, and she has risen raging. Anyway, wish granted. And we get Dark Mirror, interesting. Oh, look at that. So we get double claw mirror. Somehow the first thing I'm thinking of here is the double claw shot in Twilight Princess. Although I don't think we'll be using this for wall climb anytime soon, but that emits a searing blast that damages surrounding enemies. Of course we'll put that on and try it. And descriptive, as you said, all these doomers are going to look so stupid when you actually do save the world. Well, I mean, that's very much the point. That's exactly what we mean to disprove, but it still makes for good tragedy and excellent theater. And we shouldn't forget to put that first. So yeah, Cogfly's kind of just stood around for some of that, but once I saw him grounded, I was planning to start spamming throwing rings anyway. We could have gotten in close for a few swipes at the last attack, obviously, but I was thinking, the next opportunity that he was grounded, we need to just spam attacks on him and see how quickly we can get him down. We must have been pretty close on that earlier attempt that got this far as well. Anyway, we're obviously going to try it. And we're going to put compass back on the left. Okay, next item of business. Also, notice that because it supplements the existing tool, it does not count towards the completion. We were at 53 out of 57 before, and we're actually still at 53 out of 57 because we're in the same slot on this one. So the second claw mirror doesn't count towards any percentage, it seems. But it's a nice little bonus, and of course it fills the wish. Descriptive, as you said, if you don't have a quill, oh, you mean for filling in the map. You can actually pick up a red quill or an Act 3 a tormented purple quill from Trumpio's desk. Well, yeah, but, we're not going to hold that long in the game for a map, right? Not even on a repeat playthrough. Where you think you know everything. I guess if you're going for a speedrun plus collection route, for some percentage category that's going to involve the map, then yeah, you would do that. But if you want to save yourself patience through menus or burning through 50 measly rosaries. Speaking of which, I actually should get some of my rosaries in beads because we're sitting on way too many of them. Just make more of the 120s back in Bellheart. Also, as was discussed in a chat earlier, yes, the automated Discord notification for the stream going live does tend to be about 10 to 20 minutes late. I think it's been like that for a while. I haven't really messed with it or reconfigured it in years, so... Anyway, let's see. That's the Discord notification, at least, not the one on Twitch. Regardless, what we were doing here... Oh, yes, I wanted to bind up some rosaries. Since we're not using the rosary cannon at the moment. I mean, it does make a certain amount of sense to buy shard bundles as well. I think there was a more cost-efficient one elsewhere. We actually haven't at any point bought shards for rosaries. We might as well see how many we get out of this. How many do we get? It's one of the shard bundles that is 80. Okay, so 50 rosaries for 80 shards. We also actually have lots more that we can break now with B shards and legs, so that's okay. Might as well break some of this so we can at least refill our current tool set. And yeah, we've got lots of tools that I've spent down and not recovered yet because we wasted hundreds of shards on playing around with plasmium in one of the earlier sessions this week. Anyway, let's bind up the rest of the rosaries if we can, just to do it. You're kind of spending 20 each time because these beat up in 120s. And I really don't mind. I'd rather just not bother with them. At this point, there's probably one remaining zone where we need rosaries for mapping purposes anyway, and this'll do. I don't think they seem to max out in the inventory. Yeah, we've got 13 of these now, so I'd rather just not lose too much to lapses of attention towards the cocoon. Okay, so a couple of items on the agenda. I mean, first of all, we still have more quests. Also, let's read about this. So yeah, previously, it was a haughty thespian convinced that only dazzling performance can raise Farloom from the throes of death. His desire to see Farloom saved may have been well-intentioned, but he seemed quite happy for others to die upon the stage in pursuit of his goal. He takes his theater seriously, but anyway, here he is, a depressed thespian, consumed by the melancholy of a collapsing world. This one chose to embrace the doom to come. I shall not share such easy surrender. Okay, so what were we doing? Yes, so we can head over to find a hidden hunter. That's for a mask shard. The other thing is, of course, checking the same location in the Sands of Karak that we went back to a few times last time in a futile series of attempts to try to ascend up a suspicious corner. I think I still find the same corner suspicious, and I want to check it now that we have the ascension, because it looks like we couldn't wall jump it, but I think it was some place that we previously opened up long ago when we broke the encrusted covering, so we'll try that. Oh, we'll hit this bench too, why not? I kind of want to check about the Coral Tower as well. Although it's close enough to Mount Fate, that's probably nothing on top. I mean, sometimes, you know, the enclosed ceilings that you see on the map are deceptive. And they are worth checking an additional time for further concealments. Up. Okay. Could be better. Oh, that's just the top of the room. And when it's at the top of the room, it doesn't hit anything, even if something in the next room could continue to pull you, so... Anyway, we want to check to the left over here in this area. It was a particular location that I found very suspicious. We didn't manage to make anything of it last time. There we go. Learned a lot of silk in that. So, we do need to hit something here. This guy. And the location I was looking at was above here. And as I thought, exactly as I suspected. Yeah, no wonder I couldn't get up here previously. It was a location that was locked to the ascension power, in spite of the fact that we were given the clue for this well beforehand. So do we just fight whichever lone guardian is here right away? Oh, it's this thing. I bet we play a song and then see what happens, but I want to scout the area first. See if there's something up above on that ceiling. Like here. We will activate him somehow and fight him, I'm sure. Add him to the book, but there's a lot that... Okay, we'll play the needle in, actually. And we'll see about his flight. Yes, Descriptivist, the first thing I did when I had the power to ascend was inspect Fleetopia. So here's the Watcher at the edge. Okay. Just melee attacks so far. As long as we stay in a reasonable position, we should be fine. Oh, gotta be careful. Yeah, just not falling off the edges. Probably the most important thing here if he's jumping towards us. We'll just try to keep in a reasonable pattern. Whoops, that was not great. I need more silk for the heal and also to try to claw mirror. Let's try to bind close to him. Okay, not close enough, but that's okay. At least we know what the range is on that now. He doesn't seem too bad, actually. Oh. At least in this phase, there might be a phase that has a longer attack after this, but I say he's not too bad, and then we're like down to 3 masks already and 2 low on silver heals. Okay, good. Oh, not enough silk. Nope, interrupted. Too bad. I was trying to get in close for the claw mirror. That was a bad idea, given that we're dealing with melee attack right here. Whoops, stood too close. Landed right on top of him. Yeah, 06i, not quite round enough to be one of the Watcher Knights, but I was definitely thinking the same thing. Anyway, the run back isn't too bad. I wonder if there's a better bench for that, though. The other bench on the right is a little better in terms of skipping the climb, but that away. And yeah, that's also kind of right at the screen edge here. So, right at the edge of the kingdom. Hey, look at that. That was actually not too badly aligned. Okay, so once again with this segment here, which would build up some silk to me, get a reasonable start on having enough grappling that we can do. Yeah, 1 mask down going into that next fight, but that's okay. We'll get it back. We just skip this one. Yes, we can. Pretty easy run. Okay, oh, except he's not going to stand there and wait for me this time. He's just going to get into it. That would have been helpful to know, perhaps, but let's just start tapping into him. I'm sure there's going to be a phase 2 that complicates things, but again, I wonder if he just stays in melee with this weapon. If he does, this could be manageable. Nope, shouldn't have. Yeah, despite having the claw mirror, we shouldn't try to heal close. We should keep some distance. And if he decides to jump into my claw mirror, all the better, but we really need to not rely on that. Might not even be a good idea to keep double claw mirror into this. Because against this kind of melee attacker, it really might not be the best idea. Well, that's just not the kind of position we're going for with bind. Okay, let's try to build up in a silk. Oh, wow, I didn't expect the swipe to be that long. That was not a very good estimate. We'll stay on claw mirror for now, but we will try not to deliberately heal in a close position because that was a silly thing to do. Yeah, same idea here. We'll build silk, hopefully without losing a mass this time, and have that left over for grappling. Oh, too low. Almost. Yeah, running from that bench isn't too bad. I think we'll keep that idea. Oh, that was a mistaken grapple. That did not work. I didn't quite accurately point down to put ourselves up. So once again, we're going to start a mask down. Okay, so he's going to jump out. We need to be aware of that. As with many fights with long distances to scroll back and forth, we do need to control the camera a little bit to not get the enemy off camera when it can't see what's going on. That was something we discovered with some previous fights, like the ones in the Greymoor area with Morwing and later with the Chakra Duel. That we don't want the enemy to be too far off camera if we don't have a good sense of timing. Luckily, spacing is seemingly manageable. Oh. Okay. Harpoon didn't take me through him, but it did help when he's bursting through the ground. Whoa, not great. Like that. Oh. No, again, stood too close for the heal, despite all our reassurances that we wouldn't, and then now we're in big trouble. Yeah, I thought I had a clear window to heal there, but we didn't. Okay, let's get some silk. Yeah, need a lot of distance to do the bind. Just barely out of range. Okay. Split him back a little bit. Oh, not great. Back down 2 masses again. Had to really watch his range. Crossing over him so you don't get zoned out is pretty essential here. Used too much silk on that though, and we don't have enough for to heal now. Nope, once again, tried to heal when we were still standing too close, and he just jumped me immediately. I thought I had a timing window to do that, but we didn't. Anyway, let's try to have a cleaner run back this time. Whoops. Oh, that's a problem. No, that's it. Double problem. Oh well. It's okay, starting slightly disadvantaged. That's okay, as long as we don't blow every heal like we did in that previous attempt where we just didn't even get a clean one at all. I mean, there's a very clear healing location, we just get back on the ledge, right? But sometimes we're grappling around him and spending silk to do so and repositioning, and that don't work out so well. This is a fight, incidentally, where Tax might be good since he's mostly a grounded enemy. Oh, ooh, that's quite an upswipe there. Yeah, he just got a really big attack range on the way up and the way down. Oh, didn't expect him to reverse like that. That's what happens when you stand too close and don't respect the camera on this. Nope. Can we just take him to the corner? Oh no, he goes up here like that. He does chase you up to the ledge, so can't do that. And he'll absolutely trap you if he chases you to the ledge. Nope, once again, I'm not accounting for the fact that he will reverse in midair if he sees you grappling on the back. So. So we need to give him a lot of distance even if we do grapple across. Just grappling directly through him kind of works, except we need to respect the block timing of that. Dashed in a little too soon. That's okay, we were living a bit dangerously there. Let's rethink this, because Claw Mirror obviously isn't doing much for me on this fight specifically. We'll play with it at some later point. Not really using the tools yet. Definitely I could see the replenishment on Druid's Eye being helpful here. Warding Bell... Well, the way that we've been trying to heal, I mean, Warding Bell would obviously be good, but... Given that heal timing has been a really serious issue for us here, even when we're not deliberately trying to go too close, Long Claw could be good. Although missing the attacks from being too far isn't really the issue that we have here, so we'll go Warding Bell. Given that being hit during the heals has been the main problem thus far, that makes a certain amount of sense. Oh, too close. That's good. Okay, let's try not to make such a fiasco out of the run back this time. Okay. That was quite bad. Such an easy spot, too. Just led him on to float at exactly the wrong time. Okay, only one mask down at least. So yeah, going up to the ledge is not as safe as we would like. Yeah, trying to flank him seems best. There's a particular timing that seems to work for that, but... Oh. Nope. Got swiped twice. Warning bell for the rescue, and yeah, we'll need another one though. In just a moment. Yeah, he chases really quickly, that's the thing. So we're not at any kind of phase 2 pattern yet either. I feel like there will be one. We just haven't even gotten that far. Nope, tried to grapple through, bad timing. Nope. Ugh. Way too close. Oh, stood too close again. Should have found a bit more distance once crossing. And now we've squandered all that healing. Bit of a triple swipe now. Let's watch out. In big trouble now. Oh. That was really close. Nearly fell off the edge. Okay, build silk. And heal. No. Once again, just got caught as we were trying to cross. We need to let him land first before we try to grapple. So we don't get caught on the swipe. Should be doing charge attacks on this guy actually, but... Oh, look at that. Got him on harpoon. Phase 2? Phase 2? Or is just a death scene? Or does he freeze again? In a statue form? And crumble. Okay. What do we get? Gray memento. Okay, third memento. Out of 8. Watch, remember till time. Life anew. Okay, that's fine. Guess we'll bring that back. And then we'll see what the next clue from New in Greymore is going to be. We'll just continue hunting. Now, one notable thing is that this does not resolve the issue of whether there was some nearby zone I had not traversed yet, because, again, yeah, Watcher at the edge is here. Notice that these two down here, and that there's a huge gap from these ones before you get there. This was kind of implying to me that maybe it is off of the Sands of Karak that we are able to travel to a zone that's going to reveal a lot of different enemies at once. This is the biggest cluster that's undiscovered, so I feel like if there's a whole biome or section that we haven't touched, that could account for that. Same with this, but then this is potentially a lot of late game abyssal enemies. This cluster is definitely significant and suspicious here, and so One thing, as I said, I wanted to check before is to eventually go up to the coral tower. We can, however, head back to the bench first just for safety and check things from there. Because it looks like it's probably going to be somewhere in this vicinity. Well, let's see it. Let's take a look at the map. Looks like it is potentially something in this vicinity that will eventually get us over. I mean, this is going to be edge of the map, so it won't be this, but you see the shadow of this column here, maybe? No. Yeah, as you can see, it's probably nothing up here. I think you can kind of hit a bit of ceiling, but really doesn't look like that will be anything. Okay. Let's head back to the station. And we can go claw mirror again for fun and sport, since we haven't really been able to show it off up to this point. So, next thing. Let's think about it. Let's go back to... no, I said I'd check the top section here first, in case there is a way to go up above the coral tower. We'll try to hit the ceiling there. I had tried to traverse across the ceiling there earlier, but I don't know if we saw anything like a space that would be an opening. It's obviously worth checking. And then we'll check Greymoor again for the next Hunter's Journal clue, which will hopefully be something we have the means to pursue. You just port straight through this kind of thing? Yeah, we do. And then let's just get out. Oh, this is already at the top though. Yeah, there we go. And that area was up to Voltnest. We've been there. This section, however, we'll try again. The thing is, too, that I feel like this might also be relevant to the witness objective that we got with the shroom. So we should actually check inside, too. If Water's Source and Coral's Heart are Lauren Master Rule, yeah. Let's try to play here, and from the Silk, let's see if this fills in the witness quest at all. I don't know if that's how we proceed with the witness quest, but maybe not. This probably isn't the one I was thinking of anyway. I was looking at this saying, Cage of one who raged against the silken lie. That might not even be it. Also, we had previously gone up to past Cradle's peak last test of fitness. Up to the summit. Maybe this needs to be done in order. So, that we don't know. Now let's bench up over here just in case. Nope. Really a ceiling. Or not an open ceiling, rather. We're kind of in an interior location here anyway, so I really didn't expect much. Outside the tower, however, That could have potential. Nope, guess not. Never saw what this location was about, though. Okay, worth checking. In that case, back to Greymoor. We're still clearly missing at least one zone. And just given the Hunter's Journal order there, it just looks so much like it should be accessible from somewhere close by the Sands of Karak, but it's not entirely clear to me how that will go. Because I don't really see natural locations for that to be true. It could be that maybe there's an exit off somewhere in the blasted steppes. We don't really know. Yeah, because we might need to come back at some point and scan this a little more carefully. A couple of those protruding locations up in Mount Fay and a slab are kind of suspicious, though, as potential connecting points. But let's go back to Greymoor first. Oh, and we want to bring the memento back to Belhard, actually. Maybe we'll do that first so I don't forget. I'm very liable to forget this kind of thing. But it's just 3 out of 5 mementos at this point. So 5 more to go somewhere. And we don't know what happens when we collect them. Also, are we sitting on any relics to cash in? Not yet. We'll add it. And we'll just continue to fill those one at a time. On the wall, look at how they sit on a shelf. They do have a particular order, it seems. And to the Greymoor station we go. I mean, maybe one of the boss hunting clues will eventually lead us to larger areas of the map we may be missing. Previously, the hints have taken us to completely new places, like the Vold Nest before this. So let's ask new for something new. Okay, so what's the new hint? The world has grown much dangerous, but still we must learn. Cut through the black threads, must grow up and hunt down every beast of Farloom. So cut through the black threads. Well, that's not a specific clue, so I guess maybe we're out of specific clues from this location, having hunted down some of those stray bosses. So maybe no further insight here. In that case, the next thing we should do is probably the Hidden Hunter. And perhaps the tracking will take me to some new areas we haven't seen. Near the Bell Shrine between Deep Docks and Far Fields. The bell shrine between deep docks and far fields, I think, is just that bench over there. One of the two. I don't remember if it was the lower or higher connecting point, but it's not difficult to check both. So we'll go to the deep dock side first, then presumably. And see if that uncovers anything. I'm still looking at this and trying to think of locations where we could check for ascension passageways as well, because if there are some other ones throughout the map that we just don't remember or never thought to look at, that's one thing we could definitely check. I don't know, for instance, if the connection point between the citadel and the slab is something that could be ascended to fill in anything up in this whole section. It looks like, from the way the map is fogged, that nothing really was possible there up in the open. We had also tried above the citadel here in the Memoriam, and it looks like that is just a hard cutoff where it becomes open air. But we are clearly missing something. I'm just looking at whether there are more conspicuous spots on the map that remain to be filled in, and which direction we should even be looking for this. But best way to do it, perhaps, is to pursue the quest first. So deep docks it is. We'll see about that bell shrine. Also, is this an opening of some sort? It's not. But we're starting to raise suspicions about everything, so that's just how it goes. Also, anything? Nope, not really. Not since we busted down the ceiling that was originally supposed to drop on top of 4th Chorus, but we never really used in that fashion. Okay. This is the bell shrine, isn't it? Let's see, is there anything to track? Bell shrine between the deep docks and far fields, is that not the one, or are we going a little higher? Near the bell shrine between deep docks and far fields, it could be the higher position for all we know. Let's just take a look to see if there's anything that has a track interaction around here. Nope, here it is. Oop. And we're going to hit all these traps, which are going to do a great deal of damage, actually. Yeah, so the traps have been left throughout. And they are everywhere. So we kind of need to get through traps on the way. I'm going to try to get some silk for heals. Well, that worked at least. Did a good bit of damage there, actually, on the claw mirror. With which we can be quite satisfied. Just trying to look for someone to track. We should probably follow the traps here and there. Ooh, that is now in very threatening form that we're not really prepared to deal with. Yeah, that's... Can we hit? Oh, yeah, not from up front because it's well protected. Let's keep going and mind the traps. Oh, do we want to deal with that right now? I think we should try to hit a bench away from here first and then come back for it. Like the bench that's across the way. In the former Pilgrim's Rest, which obviously comes with some risk because of all the bandits surrounding it as well. Yeah, because there is, of course, the void mass over here. There are also traps over here. Okay. Because we hit the void mass, what I'm thinking... Oh, we need that for the quest. But I don't want to get nuked by it at the moment, so let's try to at least cross over to a bench and not run into the enemies located there if we can help it. Oh no, this is not Pilgrim's Rest, this is just more bells. So, let's go back one step. Go back to the tracking point. Once we dodge the trap, then we'll take care of the void mass first. I said we'll take care of the void mass first. That is not a great way to deal with it. But we'll finally get some shards. Oh. Not doing well. We're not going to have enough silk for the heal, I think. Let's try to, oh, at least knock it down with weapons from afar. Nope, didn't work so well. But that's okay, we're very close by. We got some shards back to cover the cost of the weapon. We should, in fact, go Curve Claw for that, given its position on the ceiling. If we really wanted to dump shards and that kind of thing. Around a trap. Get all this back. Okay. That didn't work out so well. That did some damage at least. Okay, good. Got it quickly. Now we can get back to that tracking quest, obviously following the traps does work here. We can at least find a location. Oh, it goes over here. Whoa. Okay, we're in a bit of trouble. Well, let's just get out here and try to get back to the bench location, if we're able. And at least we know to go straight left this time to follow it. Given the proximity of deep docks, maybe we should be going Magma Bell on some of this, but... Okay, take those out before doing too much. That was, once again, a big trap. Let's see here. We'll be proceeding up this section. More traps. Anything else to track? Perhaps here. Okay. Friendly fire off of that at least. From the enemy's perspective. Oh, getting hit pretty hard. More void mass. Okay. That was not great, but that gets us closer to the Pilgrim's Rest bench. Maybe we can proceed from there too. Oh, let's not do that. Yeah, it's because you can track in this location, which means we should just cross and come back to that without getting hit by every trap. Or by these enemies here, which are always a bit of an issue. Yeah, we'll go back to the tracking position. After we've cleared that part of the threats. Seems like there was something to hit here. There you go. Along the tracking sequence. It is going to take us back to these new locations that we found last time, as we might have suspected given that we found Gilly last time. Maybe it is just back to where we found Gilly previously then. That's something to track up here. There we go. Is this new? Have we been down here? Yeah, we had. Oops, that was unfortunate. More traps. How are we doing for benches? Getting closer to the next one at least. There we go. Oh, that's neat. Should have hit a bench first before attempting this. There we go. Grr the Outcast. Okay. Well, we know to watch out for the traps at least. We can kind of get nearish to them and activate them without getting hit by them afterwards. Yeah, we want to activate, but then move away. I'm not still on wall cling, that's something to keep in mind. This is really restricting a lot of space here. Oh. He doesn't seem to do much other than trap attacks. It does seem important to tap him and take advantage of the fact that he doesn't really do anything. other than this. Oh, that was accidental. Nope, that was accidental. We're a long ways out. A long ways out. That's okay. We just hit the bench on the right side at Sprint Master this time, and that gets us in close. So yeah, that opens a new passage that we didn't previously have access to, so that kind of helps. Another quest-based opening there. And we could just shortcut our way over there since we had previously opened some of these passages. Whoop. Have to thank the dice for that one. Yeah, so we'll just dash all the way across and go back to Sprint Master's home. Oh, didn't see that one. Gives you plenty of warning for how the traps work at least. So yeah, we do want to tap them when it doesn't look like they're activating so we can clear more territory for us to roam around in, and then as long as we keep the traps activated and out of the way, then we should be able to hit decently. So let's go over to the Sprint Master bench. Well, I just noticed the background in this section. That's really quite striking. Now, let's rethink what we're doing here as well. Wall cling might be good for this one. I'm probably going to take Cogfly out for the moment. We could counter trap with trap maybe, but I mean, it would probably just all activate each other. Again, someone in the air as well. Conch Cutter might be worth considering. And probably not getting in position for drill. I think we'll stick with what we have for the time being, but we'll consider other options. Definitely it's all about spacing and just activating the traps where we can. Also, there's nothing below. Gotta check. Oh, had to watch out for that attack. Nope. Hang on. Yeah, just pre-activate them where possible. Oh, standing way too close to everything here. Yeah, if you don't activate them first, it seems like they're kind of based on time, but you can tap them in advance. And should. Just to space them out. Yeah, just tap every trap possible just to get him out of the way. He does jump back after approaching the wall. We need to keep that in mind. In case he attacks from the side. Need silk. Oh, nowhere to go. Need Silk to heal at this point. That's priority number 1 at the moment. Oh, landed on me. It's okay as long as we stabilize. There we go. Oh, nope. Bad position. I was trying to heal out of that, and now we're down to one mask. Would have been quite well there if we had actually managed to get the heal. Misread his jump. Yeah, so had he not charged into me at the corner in precisely that moment when we were trying to quickly drop a heal, we would have stabilized quite nicely. It's okay. I'm really not too concerned with anything we've seen in this phase. The fight does intensify if you don't clear the board, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, so yeah, we need to watch out for when he's going up towards us. And when we don't have space. Yeah, I misread his jumps sometimes when he's jumping instead of dashing. Otherwise, it doesn't seem that concerning a fight. As long as we don't stand so close that he jumps on me. We'll need to heal in just a moment here. Escaped. Oh, nope. Got caught a little bit there again. Yeah, I can't let him land on me. That's one of the issues here when we don't clear my space. And also when I'm trying to tap him from below, which is not a good idea. Need to wait for him to land. I'm too eagerly trying to tap him from below, and that is a problem when he tries to land on me. Okay, let's activate. Good. Oh, bad. I get a bit of silk at least. Just activate all we can. Catch him on the way down. Oh. A little bit down on silk at the moment. This Signify face change seemed like it was a new sound effect for a moment, but doesn't seem to be getting more complex yet, so let's just try to give ourselves some space to work with. Catch him on a drop. There we go. Oh. I never read his direct attacks against us very well in terms of whether he's doing the charge or the jump. That's been a persistent problem here. Especially if he does charge and then the back jump like that. We thankfully dodged that time, but it hasn't been quite so fortunate all the time. Unless we have enough space to work with. We do have enough silk for heals at the moment. Let's take it. Here we go. Okay. Let him drop. Let him drop again. This guy's a total pushover. I bet we get to pick up these traps off of him. Surely we do. I mean, I bet that's the loot, is that we get this trap. I'd be maybe a bit let down if it's not, in fact, at this point. Although we were supposed to recover something that he took from Gilly, right? So that's... I guess we're not getting an immediate drop from him, so maybe it's not the trap. But, oh, look at this. There's like a whole collection over here of things he's bound up and kept in captivity. I don't think these are really alive. The hunt. Yeah, so this one is also kind of a trophy collector. The last pale prey. Come to me. Oh, look at that little trap there trying to catch me. Good thing we weren't too low in health. Grass doll that turned into grass doll to Belhar's wish well and collect a reward. Oh yes, we get a mask off of that. That's what it is. So I think it's just a mask though then. Nothing else here. Yeah, so we have all these that were collected as trophies for each zone essentially, and I guess he was going for something else to complete the collection. I'm just thinking about the various biomes and whether he's going to tell me something else to last. I mean, you know, obviously the trap was being set for us here. But rather nice collection if you think about it. I mean, you know, these guys bounce around so much they couldn't have been easy to pick up. Okay, I guess we go back up. Oh, we could just port back to the Bell Beast if we really wanted, since we can just go back to the Wish Wall. I don't know if there were other locations to check here. We still don't know what the interaction is with the NPC in the top bench, as I was saying, who is as yet unnamed, and who seems to have a gate to open for us there as well, eventually. So that interaction is still a mystery. I'm trying to remember if the last time we were here we had the Ascension yet. Yes, we must have, because that's how we got here in the first place from Hunter's March. With the Gilly statue. Okay, in that case, let's port back by Bell Beast. And see what to do from there. I still think we're missing a zone somewhere. It does kind of make sense that the area to the right of Great Moor might be worth checking, but of course we also picked up a quest that has something to do with the Craw tribe, so maybe if we head back to Craw Lake for another bobbing up and down bounce-a-thon, that opens up something new to look at. But we're not really sure, so let's just go back. Red Eye, you love the Craws, yeah. I think they're an acquired taste. You learn to love them once you've beaten them. Because at that point you've definitely developed a sense of their rhythm. 06I, let me show you in a moment. When we left Belhart at the beginning of this sitting, when we were at the bench, there was something that was thrown at us. And it was this, the cross summons. Filer, dark, attend, home, wheel. So yeah, I thought you said you had 100%. You've seen this. Presumably. Red Knight, you're saying as an enemy flying away from you, they are the worst. You're saying that only appears on certain benches. Yeah. Guess this was a likely one for them to find us at. Let's turn in the quest and... in return, let's receive the reward. Getting closer. Then we're getting closer in Dark Hearts as well for another Mask Shard, so that's something that we'll pursue as well. So, as far as the cross summons goes, I guess we could read first of all about Gur the Outcast here. Huge yet stealthy. Was it really that stealthy? I mean, I guess he dove in and out of the ground. Yeah. His tracks and traps, it should have been obvious from the start. This old hunter sought to draw me in. But what reason drove him to test himself so brutally? That answer, I suspect, I shall never know. I think he was dissatisfied with all of his other trophies, obviously. Had nobody else to prove himself against. Okay, at this point, I think we should look into the cross summons. Home wheel, I mean... Could be there, could also be the tower. Wasn't there some kind of wheel structure there? I don't even remember. But obviously, Craw Lake, since we could re-enter there, and since I didn't previously see why we would re-enter there, would be a pretty natural place to look. So, back to Greymoor it is. So we'll head on over and see what's new. Let's hit this bench first. And yeah, it seems like new doesn't give us more hints at this point. I might as well check a second time just in case. Yeah, cut through the black threads. So no boss clues left off of new. Whoops. Should have watched out here. Still on the lookout for some of the void masses, of course. I can get them. Okay, so lots pointing everywhere. And we have checked above before. But of course in several of these locations they might be worth revisiting with the ability to ascend. Although looking at the map here, I don't know if much will be revealed. Yeah, the thing about the map is I'm starting to scan around for locations where it looks like there's some potential for going up some opening that we hadn't previously looked at. You know, in case there were ceilings that were actually open that we didn't properly inspect. Even this area in Wormways, between Wormways and Blasted Steps, if some zone fits exactly in that spot, that has struck me as a possibility, because that's kind of a very conspicuous gap that, again, is close to the Blasted Steps side and might make sense in relation to where enemies are located in the log. But we don't really know. I don't know if that makes sense, given that Blasted Steps are also the edge of the kingdom where it falls off into wherever. But anyway, good old craw run back that we remember so well from the first week or so of play. Oh. Something about a wheel. Was it the one that raised our entire Series of climbing structures here? I don't know. But we might as well go in and check. See if anything new presents itself here. Oh, this is new. I guess we give the summons. Yeah, so this is a new passage then. We hadn't previously seen any interaction here, so... New area that has been unlocked. Anything on the right? I guess we'll see where they live. This looks like a spot that we can ascend through if necessary, but oh, big fight coming. Court of Crows. Alright, let's bounce. Again. See, this is how you know these developers know what they're doing. They know this was the hard fight in the early game. Okay. You know what? This is one fight where double claw mirror actually might be quite nice for us here. I think we figured these guys out so long ago too, only to come back and do it all over. Look at that, it just pops somewhat crazy. Double claw mirror. It's a very nice choice for this, in fact. I think we'll stick with it. It's very effective. Anyway, you can see from the background now just how much there is left. Yeah, you can just drop them with Claw Mirror if you take damage. As long as you have enough silk to do it. Okay, Crawfather. Okay. Oh, he does spawn more. Pop that one. Okay. Again. Try to get as much silk off him as we can. And then go Claw Mirror for some further attacks. These guys are well shielded on top now. Oh, interrupted, unfortunately. That's potentially a consequential mistake. Standing too far for that, but that's okay. Didn't look too risky. Ooh. Quite heavily barbed there. Yeah, we can't really bounce them on top of this thing because of the shielding now. Okay. However, we can do that. Yeah, that cuts him quickly. We need to remember that spear was how I got through this previous as well, I think. Okay. Do we wait for ads before the... Yes, we do. There we go. That really wasn't too bad. One shot, actually. I mean, Claw Mirror absolutely saved us on this one because of the way it took down the ads and some strategic use of the spear as well. We came in with exactly the right loadout. I didn't even need to use my curve claw, which is pretty good usually against flyers. But we came in with exactly the best loadout for this. But yeah, Red Knight, their crowns seem to have been adapted from the crowns that shielded some of the enemies in other adjoining zones. I think they learned some lessons from some of their neighbors up in Sinner's Road or what have you. Anyway, we got a memento off of that. That's our 4th memento. We still don't know what those are for, so we'll keep going and also collect the craw bell. Nest fashioned from an old bell, once set up, young craws will occasionally roost within, filling the bell with shell shards and rosaries. So we put that on the bell home, I guess, and continue to customize our residence to occasionally just have some resources. Yeah, we'll take that. I mean, we're not short on rosaries at this point. We are short on shards, which might be a reason to spend rosaries for shards, but we'll come back up and take this out. And back up we go. Okay, that worked out. I think maybe we should continue to check around some of these locations in case there's something new to do with the Ascension in this section. I don't know if that would make sense, given Greymoor's position relative to everything else. I mean, maybe it does. We never really know when vertical passages will just appear for us. Yeah, I still think there are some suspicious gaps that need to be checked at some point. Maybe even this area that's to the east of Weavenest Adla that joins to Marrow. I wonder if there was something that we could have continued through over there. At some point, we'll, of course, go back to the main quest as well and see if that leads us to any insight. Anyway, thank you for the GG, as usual. And, yeah, you see, having totally wrecked a tribe for good this time, we don't even have them spawning in here, so. Also, what does the book say about Crawfather? Lord and Justice of Farloom's Craws, delivers death to condemned bugs with its steel-plated beak. Did he recognize my part played in this land's void-strung state? If so, perhaps his judgment was not unfair. To these bugs I brought much destruction. Yeah, hence the purpose of the cross summons. That seemed to be what was going on there. Squat crawjur, tall crawjur. And crawjur, yeah, so hence the Court of Cross. All casting judgment on Hornet for doing exactly what she did. Anyway. 069, you're saying Craws are friends? Friendly enough for our purposes. So was there previously anything we wanted to... Oh, this is new. This didn't previously open up. We had checked this location many times prior to this act. I don't even know if this was open previously before we came here in Act 3. Maybe not, so maybe this is completely newly opened. But I don't know what event precipitated it. But yeah, this is getting us to a new zone. And it's one that is as yet unmapped, so maybe this is finally solving a riddle for us. Because we've seen that particular wall many times and thought it would eventually be something like a return path. Green Prince. Warrior, I heard your approach. Why do you come? Surely you've no desire to see these long collapsed caves. Well, if they help me fill in a mapping achievement... Let's see.
Yanara.
The way was open, sir. I merely followed the path through. Am I correct to guess you were once a resident of these borderlands? Aye, and glorious they were in their time. Farloom's end approaches, but my caves, these caves, fell to fate long before. Of that fair land I am the last, now to remain till the end, and remember the splendor that was. No more talk, warrior. Permit me this final moment of memorial.
Grenada.
As you wish, sir. I shall disturb you no longer. So I guess this was conditional on you unlocking the Green Prince. So I don't know if it was Act 3 that opened this or a later trigger, because I thought I had checked this spot. But maybe we hadn't been back here since 3. I don't even recall. But anyway, let's play, because I see Silk. And memory might be worth recovering here. Same song he sang much earlier. This spot looks like it can be ascended through, but let's check everything we can. This can be descended through, perhaps. Oh, no, nothing here. So let's go down. Wait, nothing here either. But, so we can bust through here, and I mean, if we can get a map off this section, that would be great as well, perhaps. Oh, more of these. Still as much of a nuisance as always. But that's suspicious. That's no longer suspicious. Okay. Got one up there. We'll go for it carefully. And totally miss it. Guess we did grab the closest bench we could have found to this, so... Not much else to look at up here yet, but let's keep going down this way to see what else we can move towards. Those are easy to hit anyway. Just checking all these spots here. Okay, just cavernous. I don't think there's anything else up there that we can see currently. But we'll have Verdania map. Verdania. Not sure. Alright. Pretty small spot over here. But it is a distinct zone. Now, I didn't get an achievement for this, so we're still missing zones. And I did think for the longest time there was something to the east of Greymoor. We just didn't know how to get there, how it would look like. I still think it's possible that there's something above Putrefied Ducks, separate from where we got the Witness quest earlier. Still think it's possible to have something between Wormways and Blasted Steps, so... But let's see if we can explore any further here. If the map shows me anything suspicious. No way is this all there is to it, surely. Looks kind of odd that this is all we're seeing. And that even the presence of the map doesn't give me anything else to work with. Because you would think there would be some spatial clue from the map. Maybe in that archway area. Whoops. Well, we will see. Had we come up through here? I don't know what that ledge was even for then.
Da, finestra.
Nothing. This was nothing. This seems awfully suspicious that we came here, got the map, and that's it? There's no way that's it. Because what would we even get here other than just a map of the place? That can't be right. Maybe there's something else that will send us back here later. Something quest-based, perhaps. Since we've figured all that. Much too suspicious. I mean, you got a bench all the way at the end. That can't be right. Let's see. Rock fell over here. I don't think that signifies anything above, though. That actually just means it's definitely a hard ceiling. Well, let's see. Let's play here as well. In case there's anything to reveal. Yeah, it might be a location that just becomes relevant later, perhaps. Or maybe we have additional passages that expand the zone and join this corridor. Because look at how much space it takes up next to Craw Lake as a block. Verdania here. That clearly there's more that's above the current corridor that we're in. Now, maybe we need to check above in Greymoor. Yeah, because that's the information that the map actually has revealed for me, is the shape of the zone. And the shape of the zone is obviously significantly bigger. And that there's more to cover above this. So we can check the area where we got Threadstorm and Greymoor to see if maybe that gives me an additional passage that joins up with all this down here. But yeah, at the moment, not seeing anything that we can get through yet in any of these locations, so I think we have to exit and check some other way in, but because, yeah, clearly the zone is a lot bigger. Very suspicious that this was not, after all, an opening. Looking at the whole ceiling pretty carefully here, just in case. But I think we exit this and head further up in Greymoor. And see if the Threadstorm area shows me anything else. Because it's possible that maybe another opening like this one opened in that area as well. I think I saw something glowing there. Let's check the right side. Thought I saw something. It's passage here. Nope, that's not new. That's where we found the threefold pin, I think. Okay, let's head up to the Threadstorm area and inspect. So we got Threadstorm here. It doesn't look like there's a continuation past this point, though. Very curious. But if you look at the position, it's still map-wise close to where Verdania still extends. I wonder if it's actually a drop from Biowater. That's entirely possible, too. Maybe some connecting passageways through the weave nest that seemed to be a dead end earlier that we didn't consider. Also, a possibility is through one of the rooms in the Sinner's Road. If we want to go back that way, there's obviously some way to continue there. It's too big a zone to be limited to that, but we don't know if maybe there's a quest-based or tracker-based opening later. Like if we go to a quest board and then the Green Prince calls us back and then sends us somewhere new. It's absolutely a possibility. Discovering a new zone after all this time, and just didn't get much out of that. Well, we can check the left side here. I don't think it's going to be anything. Because how else do we proceed here if not on the right side of Greymoor? Maybe... I think that was just a flea room, though, in Sinner's Road, this area that's just slightly to the left. Previously, there has to be some other way. But yeah, those are possibilities. It could be a quest base, it could be some connection to the Biowater or Sinner's Road side instead. Clearly something more to see there. Might just have to wait on the Green Prince here. Up here... doesn't really look traversable. Whoops. But why don't we visit Styx? We have not visited Styx up in Sinner's Road since Act 3. We did spend quite a bit of that Silk Eater supply when we were in the Wormways last, so that's something that could be worth looking at. Well, let's see. Oh, here's a mess. Whoa, I have to be careful here. We do want to take that out because we're going for that mass quest, but no, this is getting dangerous. Hang on a moment here. Let's go somewhere safe where we're not being attacked. If we can find such a thing. And a bench right below me. Let's hit that. No need to reverse too far. Gives you a nice quick way up now. Whoops. Oops. Okay, let's try to take out whatever we can. No, we're in big trouble. Let's go down to the bench again. Let's try to do this cleanly. The idea is that I do want to go for that mess. Because we do need to hit all that we can find. Standing too close to everything. We need to lure that back. Nope. That's okay. We're right by the bench. We can just come up. Probably need to start dumping ranged weapons against this. Anyway, nice quick passage up. Gets me straight back to the cocoon, in fact. Very efficiently. Oh, whiffing every attack here. This did not work out. A little bit wasteful. One down at least. Saved by the mask, but let's go down. This time without the benefit of so much silk. But you know what? There we go. Much better. Sometimes you just need to shoot them and get it over with. Oh, wow. Oh, nope, just had that stand on top of me. It was a little dark, couldn't quite see it, but that's okay. Not too bad about all those shards, but at least we collected some. Let's come up here. Okay, now we healed up. Now we can go claw mirrors against this guy. And do a bit of initial damage while we try to get him close for the next shot. I want to do a charge here. Here we go. Claw mirror seemed to do most of the work that time. Anyway, let's get up to sticks. See about those silk eaters if nothing has changed too dramatically here. Oh, no sticks. Ooh, that's not great actually, given that these I previously considered silk eaters have been consumed by Void. Both of them after making that delivery. No bench here either anymore. Do we need to release the bench by letting these out? So much for a silk eater supply. This stick's just hiding, or... Oh. Well, we got the bench back at least. And then... Alright, still there. Still grateful to us, probably. My mistress has returned to me. Under her protection, I have no fear of the slithering black strings. Outer world trembles in her terrible grasp. In such times, only the mighty survive and those who loyally serve them.
Husband?
I cannot remain here to protect you, sir, but know that my aim is to cut this land free of the black threads. In the meantime, you should concern yourself with your own safety. I hear more than your words, mistress. I hear your true desires pulsing within you. To see them met, I will continue to toil for you, always. So, maybe we will still continue to get some Silk Eater replenishment. While you stalk through the black ravaged world, morsels will I grow. For the promise of what my mistress will become, I will toil always. This one likes to bet on the winner. Let's take a look at the room up one step from this. It was previously, I think, just a flea room, but maybe there's some connection to Verdania. Oh, we should have remembered to get maggot protection on. Let's keep the claw mirrors for now. They've been pretty good against scattered groups of smaller enemies. Just looking here carefully to see if there was anything we hadn't considered. So yeah, I think this was just a flea room, but there's too much that might be worth checking. Don't really see any way to ascend through it, though. Oh. Not easy to deal with those on the best of days. Well, if it's not through there, I don't really see an immediate possibility when it comes to completing that Verdania passage. Now, of course, there was the top right bench of Farfields where, as we said before, there's still some interaction there that's still unseen. Maybe that connects to Verdania in some way that wraps around it. I'm not sure. It may just be quest-based. I kind of suspect it will be closed off to us until then. But that's a pretty big zone to just not know how to access. Yeah, here we've been previously. Might as well check to see if, whoop, there's anything additional that might be worth looking at the top of this column, but it seems not. Alright, at this point then, maybe it's best to or back out and check towns and quest boards for anything else. We have a couple of new things we want to plug back in the Bell Home anyway, before we proceed. Pretty close to the Dark Hearts quest being complete as well. We just need to traverse the world a little bit more, I think, given how many void masses we had previously skipped over. And we'll have that mask shard before too long. We were all the way over here the last time we took the Bell Beast. I actually wonder if there would have been anything else in this thicket as well that we might not have been able to ascend through previously. But I think we had checked the ceiling above the part that is technically in Belhard in the effigy fight. I think we had checked that when we were looking for the last flea. Oh, you know what might be worth checking? Now that we have the ability to ascend, the outside of the bell in the underworks. Actually, no, that's a ceiling. I remember there was a ceiling there. You can't just climb up the side of the bell indefinitely. There was some obstruction. I wonder though, because now we do have a way to maybe zip up the broken connection point where we fell into the underworks in the first place. We're able to ascend through that. I don't know if we're necessarily able to find anything useful there, but that spot certainly seems like it might be worth checking. For that, we will go to the Chambers Ventrica and proceed from there. But first, let's go back to Belhart and plug things into the Bellhelm. Then we'll at least have some of that passive income if we understand the item that we got off the Cross correctly. Also, yeah, I don't think this is anything but just the inside of the bell. But we'll ring it. And we'll also take off the wreath once again. Oh, oops. Injector, there we go. Oh, wait. Could we previously go through here? I don't think we could. So this is new. Memory locket, we'll take it. I'd seen this location as a potential opening so long ago, and we just never bothered to check it after receiving the ability to ascend, so let's install the Crawbell. That's what we need here, is more Crawbell. And we'll loot this from time to time. We'll put in one more memento. Iron Emblem of the Court of Cross, absolving the bearer of all crimes past and future. That's very helpful. Not that there's a court left to judge us. But yeah, it looks like a lot of these are kind of, if you look at the mementos, spread out by zone as well. So as we just travel the world again, we should be able to fill in a good number of these. I guess technically we got both the hero's memento and oh no, that one we got off of Garmon. Did we get off the Watcher earlier then? The Grey Memento. Yeah, okay, so both of these were off of the Blasted Steps technically, so. Although, well, no, that was off the Sands of Karak. The one for the Watcher. So maybe they're spread out by zone here and there. In 8 spread out locations. But that's just a guess. For how they might be distributed. Okay, so we checked that location. That was helpful. When it comes to the memory lockets, we're still at 89% incidentally, as we've been all the way through. At this point, it does make a certain amount of sense to go over to the chapel. And then we can see if we can do anything about the witness quest. And here, of course, that will progress to main quest. Maybe it makes sense to chip away that steadily every now and then. Unless there's an obvious location that I wanted to check that I mentioned before that I had not. Oh yes, we had to do something after Belhar, didn't we? I said we would check this area to the left of the underworks. Yeah, let's do that first. All the way to the Coral Chambers side, and we'll drop into the underworks and see what happens. Drop to the right, hang right. Thought I saw something, but nope. We've checked that many times. Oh, also, I guess this area previously, which I thought was a passageway that had water running down it that was worth checking. That is nothing. But yeah, we had messed around with this previously to see if it was flowing from somewhere else that we could reach, but whatever it was, we didn't find it. And it seems like there's nothing there. Especially now that it's broken. Anyway, let's drop down below. Oops. Let's not hit absolutely everything along the way. We can avoid it. That was interrupted, unfortunately. That's not great. Let's go down and grab that bench. Oh, it's a... well, never mind. Fell right on top of that guy. It's okay, we're close by. Didn't lose very much. Bit careless all around. Much faster drop this time, in fact. Oh, there's a void mass. We'll take it. Oops, too close. You know what? Oh. Got shot in the middle of the heel, unfortunately. But we busted it. One more to go. We better pay for one of those benches. If we're still able to, I don't know if we can. Everything else seems to have broken down around here, so Anyway, in this section, where we fell down when the lift crashed, let's try it. Let's check carefully, because this looks too obviously like it's something we... Oh no, we actually did wall jump up this shaft before. I think I did make it up here. We didn't find anything at the time, but oh, this is open. Maybe we didn't check it carefully enough. New passageway. There we go, that's something new. And this is technically part of the Grand Gate. Interesting. Oh, I see, because this was overgrown previously. I see, so now we opened up a new passageway to the left of that bench that we took. So this is all new. Very interesting. I think we actually could have come up here previously, because I had at some point, I think, successfully managed to wall jump, haven't we? No, maybe not. There's no way. But I think maybe when this was still in its previous broken form, we had something that we could tap. I might be thinking of another location. This looks like it's gated behind the ascension power. I'm glad we checked it. I'm glad we checked that. Because that opened up a passage down below. That's interesting. We'll keep on going around here and see what else we can do. That's clearly the way forward, actually, but let's go down. Kind of interesting that we're breaking open this much new territory today. It's worked out nicely. Oh, whoops, we should have actually done like this instead. Oops. Can only sustain that for so long. But there's clearly something we can continue to up there, so... Crap, whoops. Didn't reload enough silk. Grapple effect. That's okay, it's easy to get back here. We do wind up reloading from bench, as we may have to do in just a moment if we don't do this carefully. Okay, this can be unsealed. And we'll open up more shortcuts. We still haven't checked the lower left of that section. Oh, void mass. Let's be careful here. I am a little low on health, so let's see what else we can connect to first. In case we can find a nearby bench. But we'll try to go back to that one. Oh, stranger. I'm charged forever to guard the sacred shrine beyond. Oh, are we going to get a new shrine power if we get past this? Any who wish to pass must cross the weapon by my own. I'm not going to challenge the Guardian yet, because I want to explore a bit further here. And ideally not die to the void mass when we attempt to tap it here. We build up some silk. Oh, and we got hit. Got a little risky there. That's okay. We have the nearby bench. We're able to get back there quickly. And now we have mapped this area, which is important. because we see that it does in fact connect through shellwood, as we recognize from all the plants. And at the bottom left didn't appear to continue further, but we'll find out. Okay, so it looks like we may in fact get a new form then. Good thing we saved up those memory lockets. Because we have new content. First of all, though, let's see about this void mass. If we get hit, we'll just claw mirror our way into it and bust it down really quickly. This is the last one we need for the wish, so we'll cache that for the mask shard when we can, and no benefit to doing so right this moment since we don't actually need the health, and we don't complete a mask with that yet, so I'm going to wrap around here just in case we miss something on the bottom left, but of course we'll go for the Guardian next. Oops, there's clearly something on that side. Oh, hang on. It's okay if we take some hits, we do. Shell shards, that's fine, we'll take them. Now we have to pay to heal back up to the bench we saw earlier. So I don't know if that will even be worthwhile or... That's okay, we've got the rosaries to do it. They're truly not an issue. Oops. We better do it. Heal up and then see about that Guardian. So what happens when we do this? Nothing. Also, how come wait, did I not actually touch the bench to save just now? I made the bench, I didn't actually sit on it. Yeah. Much better. Okay, too bad about those rosaries, but not much. And we've got so much cash, we're not short on that anytime soon, so we don't know what this Guardian fight will even do, so I mean, he looks like he might be a grounded enemy, so we can maybe load and wheel or something, or maybe even tax. Oh, we have no shards to work with, that's okay. We'll see. I'm not going to dump weapons on him until we've had a chance to read the fight. We do have to trigger the fight first. Okay, let's do it. Shrine Guardian Seth. Okay, so he does an area attack with that. Mask damage. Oop. Ooh, he does quite a bit with that actually. So he'll shield into that. We'll watch his shield direction then. Oop, watch that deflection. Does seem to have an audio cue for the throw. Maybe punch him up against the edge here. We need more silk, then we can heal. Really need to heal soon. This guy's pretty interesting attacks. You're saying, well, yeah, we need to watch him pretty closely and listen pretty closely to see what he's doing with a symbol. I mean, you know, obviously the fact that he's got the directional shield with it is throwing me off slightly, but we'll manage. Oh, and actually, since you've challenged him once already, he gets right back into the fight. You don't need to tell him twice. I mean, why would you? Stay off him. Again, off screen is not great. If we can just get him near the edge of this room here just to control the camera a bit and reduce the screen scroll. Maybe that helps a bit. I don't want too much screen scroll going on, that's the thing. Because I'm having trouble seeing where he's going. Okay. Oh, got caught on the projectile. If he goes up in the air, then it seems like most of what he does is on the diagonal. Be it to throw or to charge. Dive, rather. So, say bye to dice. That's a new attack. Oh, not this way. So yeah, as with so many fights in this game, it's just a learning process of watching the dodging pattern and figuring out what to do with it. Could I have my silk, please? Oh. I think we need to bait certain attack patterns out of him if we can, like by forcing a certain spacing. Oh. Nope, shouldn't have dashed back into him. That hit him quite nicely, actually. That range on the claw mirror there. If we see that we're getting into some kind of obvious phase 2 transition, then we'll start doing things like dropping tags, perhaps. Wow, what a thrust. Just gotta watch the spacing. Whoops. Bit of hesitation there. Didn't work in our favor. Getting it really close here. Nope. Stood too close. It's okay. Still learning. It'll take some number of attempts just to start doing the pattern reading. And just figuring out where we want to put him positionally. I actually like going harpoon against him. I don't know if it's doing much for me, but it does give you a decent indication of which way he's shielding. See, got him down. This is the first time I've done that. Harpoon actually works nicely against him. Now we need a bit more silk here for nice heal. And we won't get it. Such a simple looking duel as well, not particularly flashy. But those are the deceptive fights. We had a relatively easy time with the Watcher at the Edge earlier. And it's not really that different in principle from this fight, except that the shield does complicate things a bit when it comes to landing any single attack. We need some kind of follow-up to when we hit into the shield, I think. Getting a bit of a problem here. Oh, Ash red into him. I was about to build up enough silk for a heal there, but dashing right into his dive did not help. This is still just a learning phase for phase 1 of the fight, so lots left to do after that. Okay. Well, we do want to go spear on him. We can. It has a nice little piercing effect to it. We're dealing with the shield. I wonder if you can actually parry the shield throw. There's a particular way in which he likes to follow up his attacks, like dive followed by thrusts. I don't know if that's consistent. Might not be. Oh. Cut out a little bit there. Okay, tap from silk. Not much though. Yeah, that's the thing. When I'm going for the swipe on him like that, we're not recovering from it very well. He's countering directly into me. That seemed to go a little bit better than earlier attempts, though. Just need to steadily pick up where the attack windows are going to be. I'm gonna afford to be slightly more patient, but going for that cocoon, I think. Oh. Yeah, some of this is just figuring out where to stand. The other got hit, but I was about to say that staying above him seems to be mostly decent against most of the attacks. Against that rising spin attack, that's obviously not as good, but we can get around it diagonal that he does. a little safer to play that way. A little bit. Yeah, stay above maybe. Except when you're that far away, then the angle doesn't quite work. Whoop, getting low. I still like Claw Mirror on this fight. Occasionally the damage that we're doing on it might turn out to be important. Yeah, in situations like that, I need to be able to impulsively grapple out of there to give myself a bit more distance, because it's some of the landings that we're doing after swiping into him that are getting us into a vulnerable position for a counterattack to come in currently, and so... but I think staying above, for the most part, actually does make sense on this fight. Having the cocoon closer to my side this time also gives us almost a better start, were not for taking a hit right away. Nope, couldn't get out in time. Yeah, sometimes I'm just not jumping back out in time after the landing. Having a lot of trouble just landing anything here. At least the healing throughput is just enough to keep me alive for the time being. Not quite. Nope. Bad landing. I was trying to swipe into him there, and that did not go well. We're lasting a little bit longer. Oh, whoops, that was a mistake actually. Nice click. Didn't mean to just blow all our silk on that right away when we didn't actually need to heal yet. Oh. Excellent aim with that symbol throw. Yeah, I really had to watch out for the landing and give him enough time to get a little explosion around himself. Yeah, sometimes we land into it much too eagerly. I wonder if there's a better way to fight him grounded. Because I am a bit dependent on landing accurately out of aerial attacks right now, so... Totally distracted by the effect here. Yeah, that's what we were going for. Nope, always a just terrible angle for that. Nope. It's okay. A lot of stuff we can obviously clean up. We'll just try to bait him in a bit more. I mean, we are still getting hit quite a bit when we're playing mostly in the air, but at least we're not too worried about the range on some of these forward attacks. Yeah, that might not be a good strategy. I mean, we can try to find him grounded and see if we can do better, but you see the thrust just comes so suddenly and that we don't always have a good solution to that. We need to swipe from further if we can. No, always caught by that. I do still like going claw mirror here. I think that it's one of the few things that actually has consistently been hitting for us. We obviously need to do that much binding just for heals anyway. Get better fireworks range in his explosion range, which is something that works out in our favor. I see too much out of that attack. Have to just give him some distance to get away from things like this rose and thrust. Okay. Did we get him? Phase 2. Phase 2, phase 2. Phase 2. And he's fast now. Okay, that's the first time we've gotten to phase 2. That takes a while. 069, this boss was designed by a fan who unfortunately died way before Silksong's release. I had no idea. Huh. Didn't know any of the backstory behind that. We haven't been looking up anything about the game, so... I mean, I guess now that you've finished it, you've had the luxury of being able to look up things about it. But yeah, I didn't know that it was anything like a guest contribution. Okay. So it took us quite a long time just to get that phase 2. Phase 2, you've got more frequent dive attacks like that, but you know what else would be made more complex? I need to push into him a little more aggressively, so we're not spending quite so much time just dodging everywhere. As we just need to calculate how many attacks we can do safely before we sort of need to change up our position. Like how many down swipes we can do before it's no longer safe to remain in place. Oh, interrupted, unfortunately. Nope, no possibility there, given that we were sort of mid-fall when we got caught by that. Okay, we'll take that little rescue there. Didn't last long though. Nope, getting hit by everything nice and early. It would have been nice to stay and touched a little longer after the bind so we can actually get some silk back, get it refunded. I'm just trying to survive each cycle long enough to get the bind at this point. We might have to consider changing up the approach a little bit here, but we'll figure it out. I've definitely got an eye towards which tools we want to take into this once we want to blow shards on it, but okay, let's not be too impatient about getting over to the cocoon. It's too close, but nice will save us. Yeah, I've been playing very reactively to this. We can't always pick out a lot of the tells from each other. I do need to be a little more attentive to that, just so we know where not to stand. Well, a lot of fireworks there. Unfortunately, not all in our favor. Just need to last long enough to heal. Seriously considering Magma Bell for the explosion protection as well, but Claw Mirror is quite nice on this, and so I don't really want to give that up necessarily. Like I think a lot works about the current setup. Let's not get distracted by the effect. Nope. Yeah, a lot of the positioning is pretty tough to play around. Partly because we just can't reliably get attacks in when we're trying to build up Silk, just because the shield positioning works so well in his favor, but it's partly a timing thing, like being able to read where the opening is and seize it. The dice timing that time, at least, as 069 you were saying, was quite fortunate. Yeah, at least if you don't die too far to the left, then you can get the cocoon first. I mean, I do think that we're still hitting him more successfully than before by playing from above. Look at that dice timing. Let's just take it patiently here. Got a little bit of Silk at least, not much. Saved by the dice. And that's why I've been staying on dice all this time. Once we figured out what it was actually doing for us. Oh, got hit right away, unfortunately. I think that does 2 mass. Magma Bell would reduce it. I'm not sure it's worthwhile to burn a slot to Magma Bell just for one attack in a pattern, though. Okay, phase 2. Don't see this very often, so... Okay, let's not exit the room by mistake. So he does a certain number of dives, and then 3 dives. I thought it was 4. I must have misread that. Nope, actually, it might not be consistent. 3rd dive, yeah, and then he goes horizontal. Sometimes it's just 1 dive, though. Low on Silk. If I can get replenished, I would like to start dumping tools on this, but we're just not in safe position right now when it comes to health, and so can't really afford to do so. Oh no. Landed right on top of him as he ported. And that was further than usual. That's probably the longest we survived in that one. I mean, it's our second time actually getting to the second phase, and we lasted significantly longer. Okay, let's go around for the cocoon when we can, but don't rush it. Phase 2 at least doesn't seem to be a major complication thus far, just more diving. That isn't too bad as long as we have enough self-sustain to get through the fight without taking too much damage. Want to stand too close. It's too much incoming damage at this point. At least it gives me lots of pretty big healing windows that we take advantage of. Not so long that I would risk taking Injector Band off, but still decent. Okay, tap him for a lot of silk here. And just punch him around the edge, which is nice. It doesn't get bounced back too much. Okay. Phase 2. Couldn't tap him for silk that time, but we're close to a heal. Oh, yeah, it's the third attack. Got lots of silk, that's good. Good. Let's not dive in too early. I got half the heal at least. Okay, feeling good about this attempt. We don't want to complicate this with tools yet until we really know what we're doing, but the fact that we have some help to work with will hopefully not fall apart too quickly is kind of nice. I try to get him into some attacks here if we can. Yeah, that was overkill actually, we didn't need that many. The attack's barely even activated. We're just nice and far along with lots of health. So much for Seth. And we got a shrine. This looks like... Oh, it's not fragile, we just bumped into it. Okay, well let's see what we'll get off of this. We've got a lot of spare memory lockets in case this turns out to be something fun. Here we honor the seed that sprung the wood. By her grace may all bugs pass safe to join us in our song. Speaking of which, when are we going to get to use the twisted bud? Okay, so I guess we play. Wait, before we do that, can I go up? We will obviously play, but I just want to see. Oh, cracks, but that's nothing. Health of the heart. Spirit of the wood. To seed, to grow. Distant reach, distant life. Health of the heart. Spirit of the wood. Well, nothing then. So we need to grow something here, it seems, unless we can... Stop. Nope. So this is a shrine, supposedly, but we... can't seem to do much with it. Yet. We can play. But maybe we're missing something that needs to be brought here. Yeah, I thought by saying that this was a shrine, I thought we'd get an additional weapon set or something, but looks like we're missing something else that needs to interact with this. Step out for a moment. See if maybe we need to back out of this and find out what else will go here and complete the interaction. Not seeing any insight into this, really. We should maybe go back to the bench and then map it. And maybe that'll give us a better idea of what we're dealing with here. The seed that sprung the wood. Well, we played here. But I think we're definitely missing some kind of quest item then. Curious. And I was so sure that this would be another shrine that would give us something new to play with. But yeah, I guess we need to map that and then see what that's about. Maybe some other interaction opens up. I mean, it is a bit of a ways to come back to this if we need to bring something back here. Check this side. Okay, let's map it. Even if we do have to spend on it slightly, and see what exactly we're dealing with. So we have that shrine location. That particular icon for it seems to match some other things, doesn't it? But does it just match the other shrines where we had unlocked weapons or weapon classes? It kind of does. Let me see. Because in Greymore, that's where we got Reaper. No, that was just a single little opening there in the middle of the map. In Far Fields, we got Beast, which I'm trying to spot where we even found that. No, that was in Hunter's March. Yeah, that was a bit of a different shape. So I guess we just don't have an interaction here yet, which I find very strange. But it may just be one of those things, like when we've got through the forum for the first time and found a conductor, that we didn't know what a conductor was for and seemed to have no interaction, and then that later in the quest chain, we were able to determine that. So we found something at least. How optional or critical it is, we don't really know, but I certainly don't see how to interact with it yet. It said something about honoring a seed, maybe. Well, we'll see. Shrine Guardian Seth, eternal defender of Shellwood Shrine, his pin and symbol show many marks of their use. He offered fair warning and challenge, a duel in the purest sense. I admire his honor and his skill. Let's get back here and check around here a bit more. In case there was some other gate to open around here that would give me an item to match to that. Yeah, it is open to shortcuts. I think other than opening the shortcuts, we're pretty much done with all this over here. We had checked left for shell shards. Let me just check that one more time. Look at all these other comers that fell before the Guardian previously. Well, nothing's stopping them now. Yeah, suspicious that we have nothing that can match to this, but I guess we have to keep on looking. I mean, it could be main quest related for all we know. Okay, in that case, let's see, is there anything else we want to check in this section? I'm glad I thought about checking this spot, because that might not have been completely obvious at first. I mean, it seemed like it was a suspicious location that would open up in some fashion, but we didn't really know how. Well, at this point, it might make sense to proceed to the next main quest point in Moss Grotto and see if that reveals anything that might be useful. I kind of want to check the marrow section here at the edge of Weave Nest Atla again as well, because that we hadn't been back to in some time, and it seemed like a dead end at the time, but was also kind of suspicious that we would reach in there and go no further. And of course, today we discovered this little bit of Verdania over here, which is clearly far from the whole thing. And how we can work with that, we just don't know. The seed that sprung the wood, I mean, yeah, we might have to talk to some NPCs and investigate. Let's port out. And again, checking towns for quest boards might be the right course of action. We also still have to turn in that quest for the mask shard. Or getting rid of the void masses. That I think about it. So at the very least we should do that. Sherman doesn't look as cheerful as usual. Same dialogue though. And I think we have to turn in over at Belhart, so it won't be here. Nothing new over here. Also, since having the ability to ascend, we have not gone back to check the terminus. We should do that in case there's a way to unblock it. Because it seemed like this area was just completely sealed now, but then there's obviously a lot that we could check. The passage that previously went down out of here is still what it is. Oops. Nothing new here, I don't think. Yeah, just a dead end here. Now, although maybe, actually, let's try ascending through here. Nope. Check a couple of different places just to see if something will become available. Yeah, wasn't really able to get through here anymore, so I think it is just completely stuck unless we find some wall to poke through. Looks like it may in fact just be a complete dead end in its current state. But it's a dead end with a bench. Okay, in that case, just looking at this and seeing what we could possibly check. The next thing might actually be, if we look at this to try to find the fastest passage, the connecting passageway to the slab. I actually wonder if that's something that can be ascended. I think it might not be. It looks like it's just open sky there. But it's a location worth checking. I mean, it really doesn't hurt to look. But yeah, that's a big mystery now. That Ryan behind Guardian Seth that doesn't seem to give us anything just yet. There we go. Up and to the right. Speaking of which, as far as this quest goes, Cage of One Who Raged Against Silken Lie could very well be the first sinner area. But again, I don't know if this has to be done in order or something. Since we're here, we might as well check that area and take a quick look. Yeah. Now we have an easier way to do this. I've managed it previously, of course, but wonder how much of the terrain had changed in the meantime as well. Also, this seemed to be a dead end previously. So we can re-enter the first sinners area. I don't know why we would want to necessarily. We can play and see if that reveals anything. Doesn't seem like it. Nothing. Well, worth a try. Interesting that it does let you re-enter such areas. So we'll find a return path here and then get on up. What was this side again? Right, this is where we read about all the prisoners, etc. We must have been here. I don't remember what we did here, but it was on the map. Right, this just sends you up to this location up above. As a connecting passageway. So with this area I wanted to check in case there is anything to look at whatsoever, but it doesn't really look like there would be. Yeah, it's just open sky. It's okay. In that case, let's cache the mass quest. Get that out of the way. On more traversable ground for the little beastlings. Little elevators. And we can see how much the cross dropped off inside our home that can be lootable. Okay, so that's done. Is there anything new to pick up on the board? I guess we'll find out. There is. No, there isn't. It was just still glistening from the invitation to turn something in. Nothing new. Location-wise. How much do we pick up? Using them out, actually. Wonder if it's just a function of time or something else. Yeah, still don't really know how to do this, so we'll at least visit the chapel as the first location and see if there's something that we can interact with If it is under chapel, fall into the monarch's might. As the same location where we will head back to the snail shamans. So I guess we should figure out what the next node in the quest is going to be and have a little chat with them. And we'll probably finish on something like that today. We'll hopefully not get into a big fight right away. But we might as well see what lies ahead in the main quest, since we've roamed around and done so much else. So this is a chapel area. We want to go below. Again, I want to see if there's something to interact with for the witness quest. Oh, you see this location here where it's glowing. Yes, that's how to do it. That's how to do it. You look for that kind of glow. Mr. Mushroom, crossed weapon, sleeping of course, but shaped unlike any you've seen before. To travel underneath is one thing, but traveling up above may require a different sort of sight. Sir Harold, it seems a rare coincidence for us to meet in this distant land, unless perhaps you followed me here. A path that meets itself is an ill portent indeed. Those who peer sideways know well enough. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so that's how we do the quest. Now we know. And so we'll go to each of those locations. Again, I don't know if it has to be in order, but we'll find out. I mean, we know past Cradle's Peak, last test bit fitness would be in there. Fellheart of Frost, Two Swords on High might be the location where we got the Fade Down Cloak. Cage of One Who Raged Against a Silken Lie could be a couple of different things. I was thinking for Sinner, but it could easily be Coral Tower. Not really a cage, though, I guess. Up tower spinning near the surgeon's burn. That has to be near the White Ward entrance. Near a surgeon's burn, though. I mean, you know, it could be White Ward. It could be the Circle and Coral Chambers. I have to think about that. Who was the surgeon's burn? I mean, we can always look at the hunter's notes to maybe corroborate that. But it seemed like the White Ward would be one of the natural locations for that. I'm just looking around to see what else might not have come to mind here. Whoops. So yeah, we look for that little fungal glow, the orange fungal spores, and then we plate a needle in, and that's how we cover that. Over Camp Collapse, the Black Thread Plight, I thought it was probably Pilgrim's Rest, but when we went there, we didn't know what to check for, so. Scorched Field on Edge, shells black and burned. Scorched Field on Edge might be one of the areas over by Blasted Steps. And descriptive as you're saying, you read a tablet and Hornet talked to herself about it. Yep. She had quite a lot to say, I guess. Anyway, since we're here, we might as well progress the quest instead of deliberately putting it off or something. But at least we know what to do with the wish now, and so that gives us a very clear objective for exploring the map and trying to proceed. If this is a big fight or something, we're not getting into it, but I think it's probably just giving us more quest objectives, so I were to guess. Oh, back from the depths with nary a scratch. Is it as you feared?
Wenera.
It is, and worse, your snare has sunk the monarch deeper than I can safely descend. To cut Farloom free, I must plunge below the surface of that lake of liquid nothing. No shell survives submersion in that void, old one. Not even yours.
Miofene?
Not without aid, certainly, though aid may exist. The flower that resists the dark, do you know of it? The Everbloom. We've heard the tale, but have thought it a myth. If ever it sprouted in our lands, we would surely have known.
That's fine.
I would not seek it in these lands. I need its power full, and it is too fragile to sustain here long. I would seek it in my memory. Oh ho, so you'd have us wrench open your soul to retrieve the fabled bloom. Can such a thing be done?
Hironare.
For another bug, no, but I'm Weaver enough to attempt it. In a distant past, I knew the flower. My thread still holds its faint memory. If the Everbloom was grasped strongly enough within my silk, it could be made to manifest. Ah, so you're asking another spell of us to reveal the flower clear. To illuminate one of your kind's old memories so acutely, this is no easy thing even for us. Old one, you must give us a moment to confer. They talk and talk and talk. Can we make them sing? Oh, no, I can't interact with this. We just need to listen. We could do it. The spell can be cast with enough power, enormous power, equal maybe to that mark.
Fadastama.
I cannot grant you mine, even if it were enough. My strength is still needed to face her below. Where else do you propose we seek a source? From Farloom. Oh, remember ours is a kingdom of wishes granted. Farloom was not born of that monarch, old one. Power existed in these lands even before she bound them beneath her. Seek the old hearts of her kingdom and the last successors to bear their strength. I mean, clearly, the one in the Coral Tower has got to be one of them. I guess we just visit some of the other tribes as well, too. Mine says. Descriptive as you're asking who's granting wishes in this kingdom? The narrator, obviously. They're still out there, hidden away, much faded by the Pale One's long dominion. You must make them stir. We'll teach you how, in a way befitting a weaver, a somber song to reach down into their memories and live in them a final time. So that we get a new modification on a needle in that allows us to interact with something else entirely. Elegy of the Deep. Draw up memories of Farloom's forgotten past. The hearts you seek, we can share the locations as best as we know. 3 will be needed to construct our spell and draw clear memory of the flower from your silk. Bring us the hearts, old one. Make them beat fierce and final. See for yourself the forgotten strength of the land of bugs before we burn those memories and its saving. So yeah, I'm sure Coral Tower's got to be one. Verdania, which we haven't really explored yet, since it's where the Green Prince comes from, that could be one, but we don't know. It's not. It's actually the far fields. Ah, yes, okay. That's the location that previously we went to, which we couldn't progress through, because we didn't know how to interact with it. So we visited that. We know how to do it. And then, of course, the shrine that we went to just now with getting through the Guardian, and then the Coral Tower, as I suspected. So, you know, we've been to all those locations. We've opened them all up. And live and inquire the old hearts of Farloom. I don't know if anything will put up some additional challenge, though. I mean, we did have to get through a boss to get to each of these locations, I guess. Claim the encrusted heart. Claim the pollen heart. Claim the hunter's heart. The task before you, this is mortal power you would claim. The hearts of bugs. It will cost their last strength to save this land. Even we have some hesitation in this. Despite our desire to touch their power, we'd never wish to see it expended so utterly.
Cadestre.
Better to leave your land weak in wonder if it means your shells, and those of your fellows stay intact. So it's... I mean, we have all those locations. I'm just wondering about whether I want to do them now, in case complications arise. But yeah, very similar to how we got through the forum, not knowing what the composer was for, and then we found out what the composer was for. We can fill in some of this, and then we still have quite a lot to do besides. More thieves all over the place. Well, we've got some major objectives to look at. I think what we'll do is we'll save progressing through that for next time. We'll do that as the first thing. I mean, I'm never feeling like I'm in a particular rush to do the main quest. It's more that we unlocked each of those locations. Some of those recently, very recently, earlier in the stream, and I'm curious about how to progress through that. But of course, since, you know, we beat some bosses to get around those, but we didn't really have a fight here for what is presumably the encrusted heart. Like you would think pollen heart is this one in the middle here. Oh, actually, each of them have a symbol anyway, so we know that. Yeah, Heart of the Wild, I don't think we'd really done anything big to earn it in that location yet. That was where there was the NPC to talk to that we didn't really do much with. And we had defeated the Void version of one of the Scar Guards, I think. But it could be that, you know, one of these nodes puts up some kind of additional challenge to work on, so we'll look at it then. But what I want to do then is, given that the mushroom quest, let's take a look here, is giving us all these clues here, I want to see if it's doable out of order by checking perhaps one of the locations that we know about for sure, which would be past Cradle's Peak, last test of fitness, all the way up to the surface. I think it's probably something like that. That's something we discovered last time, and we have a bit of a fast way up there at this point. Maybe. Oh, that's not even the most accessible thing we can get to, but... Descriptivist, you're saying Hornet understands the mushroom language without needing the spore charm. Yeah, I mean, she's been around. She's very familiar with the shroom lore. I mean, there was the whole fungal waste section in the first game, for instance. With the whole shroom civilization that was there. Let's get over to one of these locations. Yeah, and let's see if it's possible to do that out of order. I think it must be, but there's a relatively easy one to check because we've unlocked the passage up to it. And that's probably the last thing we'll attempt today, and then we'll save much of the Herald quest and all of the nodes on the main quest for next time. As we're able. Let's take Ventrica up. Although, I mean, we're able to just go up the shaft at this point. Maybe that's faster. Let's see it. We'll probably bump into things, but... yeah, that's not actually that effective, but... see, all the courier quests would have been made much easier by this. Yeah, follow this chain up. That's go quite nicely. It's actually faster than trying to go from the other section from the Enclave. Like, it runs all the way up. Look at that. Beautifully. Except we fell down. Let's try it again. It's very quick now. Oh. Except you can't just grapple through those and collide. However, you can hit it with the grapple even if you're way out of range. And then I have to remember where the entry point was here. It was this, I think, because this is where the panel is. Nope, slightly off. Here, I see it. So yeah, we'll just go back to where we had gone before. Since the bulk of the climb has become traversable by a shortcut now. And yeah, Descriptivist, I guess you've been catching up on a good bit of Mossbag lore. By the sound of it. I didn't follow it quite as closely as a lot of people who are into this game, but... or into the first Hollow Knight, rather, but... did hit some of the essentials. Now, what was the position that we wanted to go for? It was slightly over. Yes, this. And once we hit the bench that was up in the cradle, then there was a spot there for the shortcut. Whoops. Now again, the main purpose of this exercise is just to check if we can do the shroom quest out of order. This is just the first location I can think of the clues where I'm pretty certain what it's going to be referring to. That's why we're checking it first. Whoops. It was off the side here somewhere. Let's just check again. I think it was just slightly off. There we go. So in this section, past a bench, I think it was, then there should have been a shortcut here. Maybe I'm misremembering. We're totally going to die and have problems here. Oh, totally jinxed it too. And we're all the way back here. Okay, so that's a long ways. You know what? But we have Bell Beasts. So this might have turned out to be a bad idea, but that's okay. We'll regret it later. Yeah, I just hadn't even bothered hitting a bench in so long on the way up. Okay, might have gotten myself into more trouble than I hoped for here. With what I thought was going to be a really simple retread of where we had gone before. Yeah, descriptive as you said something about a save states feature. I wouldn't know about that. This game? We haven't manipulated anything with our saves, so just playing it nice and standard. Anyway, back we go. Yeah, in that interior area that we saw earlier, there's a bench at some point that gives you a shortcut through the entire ascent up to the summit. I thought it was closer. And I should have remembered either way, given that we did that climb very recently. I did see the rewind icon next to the save file. I didn't want to touch it because I didn't want to accidentally do anything with the save file. So no, I did not know that it actually saves how it looks in Act 2 if you want to revert back to it for anything potentially missable. You see, the thing about it is that I didn't see a copy button for the saves, and I wasn't going to mess around with the save file unless I backed it up first. So there's a snapshot at the start of Act 2 and at the start of Act 3. Interesting. Yeah, you would think with the way that the Act 2 to Act 3 transition is structured that there is missable content. Not necessarily in terms of the collectibles, but... That's also interesting because of the way in which we triggered Act 2. That I triggered Act 2 from the right side of the Citadel, and the way it's designed, I'm thinking that the more popular route is through the last judge to the left. But then I guess at the act transition is when it would do that for you. I'm curious. And so you're saying that it also has snapshots when you gain abilities like Silk Spear and Needle In, when you learn melodies, open a cradle lift, etc. That's significant. I didn't know it that much. Again, I have not touched anything with the save states, so that was all new to me. I'm still surprised there isn't a way to break open a shortcut that goes back to the Ventrica station. Oh, it's okay. This is what we do. Couldn't remember the exact position, but yeah, it's over. All these threads over here. Okay, back here, let's try not to take too much damage on the way back up to this shortcut. So much for not taking too much damage. Whoops. Might not even make it back to the cocoon if we think like this. Oh, it was sniped by that one again. That's okay, we've got Silk now. Yeah, I don't remember having to do this much, but I think there's a bench before the really big part of the climb, and that's what we'll take. Should be close. Here it is. Okay. Up. So again, we're going all the way back up to the top to look for the mushroom spores, in case there is a location for them. Probably not out this end. Yeah, because Hornet refuses to leave this way.
Benny Frank.
Same as before. So if we check over at the hut, maybe there's a mushroom point. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves doing everything in order and coming back here much later. This is clearly the location that is signified, though. Nameless town. Well, we played for the Silk here. I don't see the mushroom spores, so maybe the Bear Witness quest has to be done in order. It says past Cradle's Peak, last test of fitness, right? Unless there's anything else. Yeah, because we played here previously already. I mean, I was assuming that you look for mushroom spores every time, but maybe if you just bring back some of the memories, it also fills. But this was significant enough to just give us the memento for the town, though. So I guess it's not it. Okay, so we might have come up and demonstrated nothing. We'll check the other clues next time. Maybe go back to Far Fields and see if we can do that in order. But I was just curious. It doesn't look like we have anything resembling mushroom spores here, so... You were saying this room looked brutal? No, it was a pretty gentle platforming challenge, to be honest. Really not too bad. Although, and this is something I noticed about Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown when we did it earlier in the year. In both cases, there was a mix of fairly intense combat and boss challenges, and some platforming challenges. And in every case, I found the platforming to be tuned quite a bit easier, probably just from more experience platforming. That's been the case with this game as well, where with things like the lava escape sequences and with the sequence that we just skipped over to go all the way to the peak, I found them pretty straightforward. A couple of retries here and there, of course, when we get careless, but really nothing that intensive. Okay, in that case, let's go back to Belbeast. Yeah, I guess for people who are doing things like speedrun routing, that the save file features are going to be pretty helpful for just researching the game. Yeah, maybe it has to be in order. Overcamp, Collapse of the Black Thread, Plight, which sounds like, again, Pilgrim's Rest. We'll have to do it next time. Still looking for craft metal too for this thing here. So we're still at 89%. We actually did not move the percentage marker at all in this stream, despite doing quite a fair bit. But I guess it's because we were doing things like getting through Shrine Guardian Seth without actually making use of the shrine yet, because only now have we received the waypoint for it. And of course there was the quirk of the double claw mirror not counting towards completion because it goes in the same slot as the single claw mirror. So we also had 2 of the mask shards here. That seemingly did not count towards the completion percentage, at least not in the way that bumped up the number. But perhaps it doesn't count until you've actually put together the mask. We don't know. New Needlein song. Elegy of the Deep. I wonder if there's something else to it that isn't just situational and is just usable on the field. But we'll find out. Alright, in that case, I think we'll probably just pause here for the day. It is still striking me as very suspicious that we can't seem to see anywhere near the full extent of Verdania as a zone, and that, you know, despite discovering it today, we just hit a dead end and walked back and saw nothing else that we could do with it just yet. That, I feel, clearly is something that is worth checking. Maybe you need to ascend up that wall to its left, like Raw Lake. Or something, like maybe there's some opening there. Because try as we might, within Verdania itself, we didn't find any additional passage open up at this time, but could be that there's some state change there with the Prince later, or more likely something quest related that will bring us to that location. So that was kind of an enigma today as well. Also in the category of content we covered today that didn't count towards any collection or percentage markers. I mean, we saw a lot of new territory today. Significant new territory on the map. surprising amounts of it. And with some waypoints marked here that we know how to get to exactly, we have a pretty clear idea of what we can do next if we are short of other inspirations to explore. And yeah, you're saying I unlocked Verdania. Well, I got there today, earlier today. I mean, the cave was open. I don't know how we hadn't noticed it before. Maybe it was just because of Act 3. Maybe it was triggered by something else. But that's the location I had in mind ever since we first went to Greymoor and to Crawl Lake, all the way back in the first week of playing this. And I thought that it previously looked like a return path from somewhere else that you would need to break from the other side. Clearly it's not. Clearly it was just waiting for a particular condition to be satisfied that would allow us to just walk over, hit the bench, and then walk right back out and have no idea what was going on with it. Also, it didn't seem to fill, as far as I can tell, the achievement for mapping every zone. So conspicuously, there is room above Verdania, next to Bilewater, with the way Bilewater kind of curves, maybe. I'm not really sure because of the placement of that shrine in Bilewater. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more to see over there that we just don't know how to discover yet. We never really figured out what was going on with that weave nest in Bilewater either. I mean, I activated the switch in it, I picked up the runed tool in it, but we did absolutely nothing else with that spot, and I found that pretty suspicious in its own way, so I'm guessing that we have at least one more unmapped zone. I thought that maybe one last one would be it, but we got Verdania and still apparently no achievement, so we'll have to keep exploring. We'll find out even more. I mean, there's just so much to do with this game. We have, most conspicuously, this huge chunk of enemies missing from the log, if I can find it. And that seems like it has something to do with the Blasted Steps area. Like, all of this is missing. But you see, Watcher at the Edge and Voltworm were both in Sands of Karak. A lot of these ones were in Blasted Steps or Sands of Karak. And so all of this, which for some reason fits into this sequence. I guess these are bosses. Maybe that's why they're stuffed at the end, but all of this is still unaccounted for, and that tells me that that might be a zone. All of this is unaccounted for, that might be a zone. Or just more abyss, who knows? So yeah, there's so much we just haven't seen. And we'll just have to continue and chip away at it day by day, whenever we are available to come by. For now, thank you so much for watching and joining us for so much progress and otherwise just, I wouldn't say aimless exploration, but let's say, you know, exploration for its own sake. Intrinsically motivated exploration. And as always, enjoy everything else that you may be playing or watching or reading up on, or rewinding if it's your save files in question. And as we listen to the roar from the abyss down below, we'll bid you, as always, a great day ahead, a great week, and until we next meet again, fare thee well.